Let's not lie.
These vaccines are going to quit working on every corner until this nation falls to her knees and repents for dead babies and repents for the sodomy of this nation.
We've had vaccines for measles, for polio, for smallpox, for swine flu. How is this different?
Well, I think it's different in a lot of ways because it's so new. Even though it's very safe, it's very effective. We know that. I believe that. There are people that have doubt that's out there because they haven't been all three fully authorized yet, and then mixed messaging out of the Biden administration. And plus, just like the AIDS vaccine, mandating it didn't work. It only worked when they started educating people why it was a good idea. That's what we need to continue to do with the COVID vaccine.
The sodomy of this nation.
Critical race theory. It was very good, very informative. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. On the Princeton point here, you and I have discussed it. At the college level, this is fair game. Go ahead and do it, right? I mean, I remember 20 years old going to Trier, Germany, and trying to find the home of Karl Marx because, 1848, he wrote Mein Kampf. I want to know what it was all about. So that's part of the education in America, if you so choose. So that's that. More to come. Green Mile.
Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci!
You guys work for us in this environment. You answer to us, and I'm asking that you do not pass this policy in Virginia.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. We do appreciate you. Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken. Suk Mahidik. Luke Mahidik. Ophelia McHawk. Ophelia McHawk. Eileen Dover. Eileen Dover. Don Kiddick. Don Kiddick. Wayne Kerr. Wayne Kerr.
Have you ever struggled with alcohol?
Never at all. Never at all.
Were you drunk during those interviews when they said you were?
Absolutely not. I don't think I've ever done an interview drunk. I have sometimes. I mean, I drink normally. I like scotch. I drink scotch.
So you do not believe that you have a drinking problem?
I know. I don't believe it. I know I'm not. I mean, no, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm a functioning. I'm probably function.
Let's not lie.
Remember, I'm not the one trying to undermine American democracy. I am the one trying to save American democracy.
I mean, I lie. I mean, I lie. I mean, I lie. I mean, I lie. I mean, I lie.
Dead babies.
I lie.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
I think we can do this. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Welcome to the mop-up for September 20th? September 20th, 1921. Yes, I'm not taking a vacation, so just deal with it. Welcome to the mop-up for September 20th, 2021. I'm David Feldman, barely coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where it is the last day of summer. Did you accomplish anything during your summer? Like get vaccinated? Coming up at 6:30, Howie Klein is going to introduce us to, that's at 7 o'clock, he'll be here, but he's coming on early at 6:30, and we're going to meet Brittany Ramos de Barros. She's a candidate for New York's 11th Congressional District. We're going to talk about Staten Island, the only borough in New York City that consistently goes for Republicans except 2 years ago. But, and then at 7 o'clock, we'll be talking to Howie Klein. And, you know, I'm a hopeless romantic. I believe in love and I believe in marriage. I've been married, 6 times, I think. And I love people who believe in the future, like this guy who decided the world is falling apart, but you know what? Marry me. And he made some kind of paper mache marry sign that had balloons and it was taller than Will Chamberlain and it collapsed on him. And I wish that couple well. I think they're from Texas and I wish them well. Marry me. What a romantic way to propose. You know how I proposed to my third wife? I bought a nice engagement ring. I said, honey, go change the kitty litter box. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised. And she was scooping out the kitty litter box and she found the engagement ring. I love proposing marriage. That's why I'm constantly getting married. Bill Maher. I love Bill Maher. I used to work for him. He is brilliant. He's the smartest man on television. I consider him the undescended testicle of liberal thought. And the man has a problem telling the truth. I don't know why. He's been playing fast and loose with the truth, and I have tremendous respect for him. But I have to call him out when he's lying to protect the richest 1%. Which he is more than just part of. He's become their spokesperson. Here he is talking about AOC showing up at the Met Gala wearing an Eat the Rich dress. I'll talk about that later.
The picture of AOC wearing her dress, because this got all the attention this week. This is something that, the Met Gala attracts lots of crazy outfits. But this is a new thing that people have been doing. They've been wearing, I guess, their message, their life philosophy, tax the rich. I just want to read I had some stats here. Oh, at New York City, 65,000, the richest 65,000 New Yorkers out of 8 million people pay 51% of taxes.
And what proportion is that?
I'm just saying 65,000 out of 8 million pay half.
And their taxes
so it's
are
not
still
like
too
we
low.
don't tax the rich at all.
Mm-hmm.
We've been slashing.
That's fine. I'm all for ending income inequality, but let's not lie. The rich pay a lot of the taxes.
Yes,
So
because
You can't tax the help at the Met Gala. You're going to have to tax the
well,
rich fuckers.
most of
at the
them
Met
don't
Gala.
pay taxes already.
They pay a higher proportion of income tax than Jeff Bezos does.
That his company does. Yes, I understand that. Yes, there are lots of things we need to amend about the capitalist system. We have crony capitalism in this country, no doubt about it. I'm just saying, you wear tax the rich on your ass, and people are always saying rich don't pay taxes. They pay some taxes. They pay a big part of the freight already. I'm not saying it shouldn't be more, perhaps, but let's not lie.
Yes, let's not lie, Bill. Wow, you really are the smartest man on television. Even more incredible is you're not just the smartest man on television, you've also stopped reading 30 years ago. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how a man can be that brilliant and not pick up, not crack a book. The man doesn't read anything unless his writers put it in front of him. But he is the smartest man on television. I have tremendous respect for Bill Maher. I think of him as an oozing anal fistula clinging desperately to the body politic. And we should listen to this baby boomer. Baby boomers need to be heard, especially the multimillionaires who lie to protect their neighbors. So let's peel this back a little. This is the first thing he said.
The picture of AOC wearing her dress, because this got all the attention this week.
Actually, Bill, it didn't get all the attention this week. Didn't get any of the attention. It got the attention of people who have to desperately find AOC's hypocrisy, because there's no way you can argue with AOC on the merits of her ideology. You've never addressed socialism. You're too frightened to take on the socialists because you're a tool of capital. So, of course, you're going to say this got all the attention this week because AOC showed up at the Met Gala with a tax the rich sign, or emblazoned on her rump in her dress was a tax the rich sign, and it got all the attention. It got all the attention because you're too lazy intellectually to challenge AOC on the Green New Deal, the infrastructure bill, socialism, greed, which you should know something about, Bill. Does HBO just pay you to be stupid? I guess so. It's a multi-billion-dollar company, and everybody there wants to protect their profits. So they just pay you to act stupid. But you're not stupid. You're lying. Okay, so AOC, call her out on her putative hypocrisy. It's not hypocritical for a socialist to show up at a museum. Museums, believe it or not, are something socialists are in favor of because you're socializing art. You're making Picassos and Rembrandts available to everybody. You're not allowed to hoard the paintings in a socialist Eden. They're museums. I have problems with the Met, but that's a whole other story. There's no hypocrisy going to the Met Gala.
Let's not lie. The rich pay a lot of the taxes.
Let's not lie. Okay, you're telling us the truth because of your preamble. Let's not lie. The rich pay. What did you say? I want to make sure I got this right because it was so interesting.
Let's not lie. The rich pay a lot of the taxes.
The rich pay a lot of the taxes. Well, that's a bold statement. Anybody who's been reading for the past 30 years, they would know that that's not true. But you haven't cracked a book, Bill Maher, in 30 years. So back that up. On this show, we back things up. So if you have a fact, you say the rich pay taxes, back it up.
Tax the rich. I just want to read I had some stats here. Oh, New York City, 65,000, the richest 65,000 New Yorkers out of 8 million people pay 51% of taxes.
And what proportion is that?
I'm just saying 65,000 out of 8 million pay half.
No citations. And then He was asked by Dan Savage, one of the supreme intellectuals when it comes to tax code, because if it weren't for Dan Savage, I never would have known about fisting. Dan Savage opened my eyes. I read. I have no problem with Dan Savage. He's taught me a lot about fisting. So I can't wait to hear his take on the tax code. That's Bill's guest. He's talking taxes with Dan Savage. I'm just saying, what is the stat here? What did he say here?
Tax the rich. I just want to read I had some stats here. Oh, New York City, 65,000, the richest 65,000 New Yorkers out of 8 million people pay 51% of taxes.
I'm just saying that. I'm not backing it up. I have a stat. It's on a card. I'm not telling you where I read it or where I found it or whose asshole I pulled it out of. I looked that up on Google. I couldn't find any stats that say the richest 65,000 New Yorkers pay 50% of all the taxes. Couldn't find it. Do they pay half the state taxes, half the federal taxes, half local? What does that mean, Bill? You're a multi-millionaire. Your show costs millions to produce. You have a research staff, and I'm just saying, 65,000 of the richest New Yorkers pay half the taxes. You're not backing up your facts. You need to do better, Bill. You need to listen to people who read. Okay.
You can't tax the help at the Met Gala. You're going to have to tax the rich fuckers.
Most of them don't
Gala.
pay taxes already.
They pay a higher proportion of income tax than Jeff Bezos does.
That his company does. Yes, I understand that.
No, you don't understand that. And you're lying. You cannot possibly be that stupid. I know you've stopped reading. You haven't read a book in 30 years. I know that. But there's no way you could possibly be that stupid to claim that the people who work at the Met don't pay taxes. They pay sales taxes. We have one of the most punitive tax codes in the world. Poor people pay way more in taxes than the wealthy do. Okay, here's where he's lying. And he tries to, it's really pernicious because he says it with such authority. Dan Savage, who I never would have known about fisting had it not been for Dan Savage. So I'd like to hear his opinion on tax code. Near the end, listen to what Bill Maher says about Jeff Bezos. This has to be a lie. There's no way Bill Maher can be this ignorant.
You can't tax the help at the Met Gala. You're going to have to tax the rich fuckers.
Most of them
at the Met
don't
Gala.
pay taxes already.
They pay a higher proportion of income tax than Jeff Bezos does.
That his company does. Yes, I understand that.
His company does. Bill, you're a liar. You're a liar. You know that that's not true. You're lying for the richest 1%. You're like the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal. You're like Club for Growth. You will say anything to protect your cronies. That's a lie, and you know it's a lie. You said that Amazon pays taxes, which they don't, right? You said that you know that. I'm sorry. You said you knew that Amazon doesn't pay taxes, but Jeff Bezos does, right? And you said it authoritatively, and that's a lie. You said that Jeff Bezos is taxed, and he's not. And you know that, and that's a lie. Well, I don't have a research staff. I have Google. And this is from ProPublica, Bill, which I know you know about, Bill. I know you've seen this. You're a liar, Bill. So ProPublica got its hands on the tax returns of the billionaires, Bill. And you know this. You know this, so you're a liar. Warren Buffett, his wealth grew over a 4-year period from, hang on for 1 second here. Let me clean up my desktop here. I'm a one-man band. Yes. So ProPublica looked at tax returns for the billionaires from 2014 to 2018. We'll get to Jeff Bezos in a second, Bill. But you know this. You're a liar. Warren Buffett, over a 4-year period, saw his wealth grow by $24.3 billion. He reported an income of $125 million over a 4-year period, and the total taxes paid was $23.7 million. Warren Buffett paid $23.7 million over a 4-year period when his wealth grew by $24.38 billion. That's a true tax rate, Bill, of 0.10%. You're lying. You're a liar, Bill. You know that. Your friend, Jeff Bezos, who I'm sure you're in business with, according to ProPublica, they got their hands on the tax returns of Jeff Bezos. His wealth grew between 2014 and 2018 by $99 billion, right? He paid $973 million in taxes over a 4-year period. You got it, Bill? His wealth grew by $99 billion. He paid $973 million in taxes. That's a true tax rate of 98%? Fewer than 1%, Bill. That's fewer than 1%, and you know that. Now, I know that when people's wealth grows, it's because of property that gets more expensive or stocks that get more expensive, and it's not treated as income. Although Elizabeth Warren believes, and I do believe, that there should be a wealth tax. If you're worth $50 billion on paper, we should tax your paper. When you're worth $50 billion and you're only showing income, what kind of income did he show? So Jeff Bezos showed $4.2 billion in reported income on a wealth growth of close to $100 billion. So he's only reporting his salaries and his dividends, his capital gains, but he's not reporting what he has. And that should be taxed. There should be a wealth tax, period. If your stock portfolio is worth $20 billion, those assets should be taxed, not just the dividends, the assets. And you know that, Bill. You know that. You know that the wealthy do not pay taxes. They do not pay their fair share of taxes. They do not pay taxes. There were some years where Jeff Bezos, I think 2 years ago, didn't pay any taxes. You're a liar, Bill. You're too smart. And this is a problem when we have people like Bill Maher lying, because we have a $3.5 trillion infrastructure bill that Bernie Sanders is trying to usher through a very tight Senate. $3.5 trillion that would, some believe, be the most sweeping piece of legislation since the Great Society, since the New Deal. I'm not sure about that. It's $3.5 trillion spread out over 10 years. It's half of what Bernie wanted. We need to build roads and tunnels, prepare for climate change. We need to start switching, incentivizing industry to get off fossil fuel. That's all in this $3.5 trillion infrastructure bill, this budget bill that Bernie is trying to get passed, that Joe Biden is trying to get passed. It would provide universal preschool. It would provide paid family leave, paid sick leave. It would provide possibly dental and eye for Medicare. It could possibly lower the age of Medicare. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want that? Well, the richest 1%. Partly because they don't want to pay for it, which they're not going to. They don't pay taxes. But they don't want a safety net for the 99%, Bill. And you know why. You don't want to pay anybody. You don't want a safety net for the 99% because they quit their job. They won't take your BS, or they want more money. That's not what you want. A safety net makes your life impossible because you can't get good help. I'm not being sarcastic. That's the truth. And at least the Republicans have been pretty open about that. Don't help anybody because then our cleaning ladies are going to want more money. The guy doing my cabinets for the 50th time this year because my effing wife is never happy is going to charge me more. But if there's no safety net, you can pretty much get slaves to do it. And isn't that part of the American tradition? So wouldn't you know it, $3.5 trillion that could put a dent in the suffering of the 99%. We're now suddenly hearing about the deficit ceiling. There's the possibility that Congress, the House, will not lift the debt ceiling. And the Republicans have warned that we're looking at a fiscal cliff. We haven't seen this since the Obama years. As Democrats, we never threatened to have the federal government default. But now, as we're trying to get $3.5 trillion passed through reconciliation, suddenly Mitch McConnell and the Republicans are threatening not to lift the debt ceiling, and this government will default. And that gives ammunition to pieces of excrement like Joe Manchin, who can say, you know what? We can't pass Bernie's $3.5 trillion bill because the Republicans won't agree to it, and neither will I, because I'm all about sound fiscal policy. There was an article in the New York Times, by the way, this week about Joe Manchin. He's chairman of the Senate Energy Committee, and on the infrastructure bill, he's writing up the elements of the new Green Deal. He makes something like $500,000 a year in dividends from a coal company he owns. He is the biggest recipient of coal donations. This POS is writing the part of the infrastructure bill that is supposed to transition our economy away from fossil fuel. Be polite. Please call Senator Joe Manchin. This is his phone number. And you'll get an answering machine. And leave a polite message. And I mean polite because if you make it about yourself, it doesn't register. It actually hurts the cause. There's still time left to get Bernie's $3.5 trillion infrastructure bill passed. Call Senator Joe Manchin, 304-368-0567. That number is 304-368-0567. Give your name and politely say, Senator Joe Manchin, something along, like this. I don't agree with you on much, but I think this is do or die. This infrastructure bill is going to be the difference between climate catastrophe and buying a couple of more years. And if we don't give the 99% something to be cheerful about, the next insurrection, we're just going to sit it out. We're just going to sit out the next insurrection. We'll watch it on TV, and we won't be as outraged as we were the first time. Again, Joe Manchin, pretty bad guy, but if you tell him that, if you leave that on his machine, he's not going to respond to that. Call 304-368-0567 and politely ask him to support Bernie's bill. Please, politely. Well, we have a Twitter poll coming up. I'm trying to make a decision as to who is the more vile corn-filled effluvium. Is it Manchin or Mnuchin? Remember Steve Mnuchin? That's his wife, his third wife, the ape man, Steve Mnuchin, who was Treasury Secretary under Donald Trump. He was the one who literally forged foreclosure documents. I think it was Bank West that he owed. He just foreclosed on people's homes illegally, and the Attorney General of California wouldn't prosecute him. I think it had something to do with Mnuchin donating to the California Attorney General's office. and she's now our vice president. That's Mnuchin, and that's Manchin. Who is the more vile, corn-filled effluvium? We're doing a poll on my Twitter account, at David Feldman. Go vote right now and vote. Who is the more vile, corn-filled effluvium? And again, Joe Manchin's phone number is 304-368-0567, 304-368-0567. Well, we have the early results of my Twitter poll. Do you want to see this? Here we go. Here are the early results of today's Twitter poll. Pick the more vile, corn-filled effluvium, Manchin or Mnuchin. 66% say Manchin, 33% say Mnuchin. That's interesting. 66% of my Twitter followers, and there aren't many, 66% believe that Joe Manchin is the more vile, corn-filled effluvium than Steve Mnuchin. So there's still time to vote. There's still time to vote. And subscribe to my Twitter feed before I give up on Twitter. It's too much like high school. I cannot, I don't know, I don't understand how Twitter works. But we're doing a poll. College students say they're smoking more dope than they are drinking. Binge drinking is at a record low in the United States, according to a new study among college students. They're all getting high. That's good news. The Dow Jones Industrial Average sank more than 2% at the opening bell. I think that's still the case. Let me just double check if the stock market crashed today or not. It's, what was it down? It was down 2.19%. Worst day since May. Really? Worst day since May. Oh, for the stock market. Yes. Yeah. Today was the worst day since yesterday for the rest of us. Well, the 2021 Emmys were last night. Did you watch them? It was great. It was great. Really great topical jokes that I wish I had written. There was a sketch featuring the fly that got stuck on Mike Pence's hair a year ago. They did a sketch about a fly on Mike Pence's hair from a year ago. Very topical writing. And nobody wore a mask. It was a super spreader, but then again, nobody there would be nominated for an Emmy if they weren't super spreaders. That is the Emmys. I was kind of shocked. Oh, by the way, Dave Cyrus won an Emmy. Dave, our very own Dave Cyrus won an Emmy for his writing on Saturday Night Live. If I did happy for others, I would be happy for Dave Cyrus. I just don't do happy for other people. But congratulations, nevertheless. I was almost happy for Dave Cyrus. Nobody wore a mask. I couldn't believe. It is why Democrats lose. I don't know what they were thinking. I really don't. Hollywood is so cut off from reality. That's their job, is, not to deal with reality. Don't lecture people, though, about politics. I always wonder why. Even Bernie fell for it. Nobody likes the idea of Hollywood. They like movies, they like their favorite television shows, but the general idea of Hollywood, nobody likes. People are jealous of them. They're seen as royalty. They're seen as hypocrites. When people in show business go to the Emmys and they're not wearing masks, while at the same time they're mocking Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama for not wearing masks, it's bad. It's really bad. I know everybody was vaccinated. I get that. But it's Hollywood. People lie in Hollywood, especially as to whether or not they got vaccinated. Lying in Hollywood is considered good manners. If somebody doesn't lie to me, it's good manners to me is if you saw me do stand-up and you just say, that was great, and I know you're lying, but you're just being polite. There would be no Hollywood if it weren't for liars. You really going to trust everyone who works in television to tell you the truth as to whether or not they've been vaccinated? Come on, that was really a bad call. Really bad. There's a shortage of ivermectin for horses because horses' asses, like Joe Rogan and Jimmy Dore, are telling people that ivermectin can stave off COVID and cure it, even though no evidence whatsoever. Now, horse owners, poor innocent people like Michael Bloomberg's daughter or Bruce Springsteen's daughter, this innocent, hard-working women who want to ride horses, the salt of the earth, Bruce Springsteen's Olympic riding daughter, can't get ivermectin. They can't get ivermectin for their horses. Yeah. And either can the kids in India. So they're going to go blind. I read more about horses not being able to get ivermectin in America than I do about all the third world kids who can't get their hands on ivermectin so they don't get river blindness. We care more about horses in America than we do about children, unless they're the children of the rich, like Michael Bloomberg's daughter or Bruce Springsteen's daughter, and they're riding a horse, in which case we wouldn't want them to get river blindness. 1 in every 500 Americans has died of COVID-19. Did you see the Emmys last night? They weren't wearing masks. They were wearing masks. No, but they insisted they were vaccinated, because you can trust people. You can trust agents and managers and lawyers in Hollywood who will look at a contract and say, we're not going to pay you this. I know it says we're going to pay you this, but we have all these lawyers, and it's just going to cost you way too much to get what we promised. So this is what we're going to pay you, and you're going to take it because you can't afford the lawyers that we can. Right? That's Hollywood. That's how it was built. But we're supposed to believe everyone who shows up to the Emmys when they say, oh, I'm vaccinated. 1 in every 500 U.S. residents has died of COVID-19. And the Democrats wonder why everybody hates them. They cannot wait to suck at the teat of Hollywood.
They're fully vaccinated, but say they choose to mask up when out to protect their immune-compromised 4-month-old. But once inside...
Our waitress came over, sat down next to me and said, so our manager sent us over because I am nicer than he is. And yes, this is very political, but you need to take your mask off.
No masks allowed. It's a policy you don't hear often during the pandemic, but the owner says he considers it part of the dress code.
I spent my money on this business. My blood, sweat, and tears in this business. And I don't want any masks in here.
I put my money into this business. I put my hair into this business. I put my brain cells into this business, and I don't want any masks in here. I want to eat at that restaurant. That sounds no food poisoning there, right? Those are the hygiene requirements of the customers. You can't wear a mask. Imagine what their kitchen looks like. So means no masks in the kitchen. And I'm pretty sure this guy's such a libertarian. If you go into the men's room, there's no sign that says employees must wash hands, right? Hey, what happened to my What happened to my freedoms? I do not like to wash my hands after I go to the bathroom. And these hand washing mandates are an invasion of my privacy. It's tyrannical. The first thing Hitler did when he took over was he mandated that all employees must wash hands after they go to the bathroom. I don't want to wash my hands after I go to the bathroom. I'm proud of my effluvium. And nobody is going to tell me to wear a mask. Nobody's going to tell me to wipe. And nobody's going to tell me to wash my hands after I go to the bathroom in the restaurant where I serve and touch people's food. Yeah, okay. Well, this is the COVID situation so far. It's a laugh riot. We are almost getting back up to Christmas. It's looking at a New York Times chart. Well, we're looking at roughly 250,000, 270,000 new cases each day. In back around Christmas time now, it's the beginning of September. We're looking at, I don't know, close to 180,000 new cases every day. And it is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. That's why it's going up. It's because people won't get vaccinated. So why is that? Why won't people get vaccinated? I think there's a lot of hatred towards the medical establishment, and rightfully so. So I've said this on the show before. The Democrats, Joe Biden, should look at anti-vaxxers and say, you know what? I agree with your hatred for the pharmaceutical companies. I agree with you. But you're wrong on this one. But here's what we are going to do. We're going to force the pharmaceutical companies to negotiate with us in Medicare Part D. We're going to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Instead of targeting anti-vaxxers and understanding why they hate the medical community, why they hate the insurance companies, and why, of course, they hate Big Pharma. The Democrats think the anti-vaxxers are a basket of deplorables who cannot be won over. You have to use their rage and bring them over to our side. It's good that people hate Big Pharma. If Bernie could do this. Bernie could talk to the anti-vaxxers and say, because he doesn't have contempt for anti-vaxxers, he understands that a lot of people don't get vaccinated because they can't afford to take a day off from work. They can't afford the child care. They can't, there isn't a site that is around where they work. They'd have to get on the bus for 3 hours to go get vaccinated. They can't afford, we don't have paid sick leave in America. The day after you get that second shot, some people don't feel so hot, so they're not going to want to go in to work. Well, we don't have paid sick leave, right? A lot of people just can't afford the luxury of a free vaccination in this country. That's how bankrupt we are. And Bernie would understand that. I've been really angry at the anti-vaxxers because I'm insensitive. And I'm not mad at the anti-vaxxers. I'm mad at the people like Joe Rogan or Jimmy, who's pushing ivermectin or raising questions about ivermectin. Those are the people I really have a quarrel with. The people who on their deathbed say, I didn't get vaccinated, don't be a schmuck like me, get vaccinated. I don't delight in that. The disc jockeys or the AM Phil Valentine, those AM radio hosts who told people not to get vaccinated, they can't die soon enough for me. But the regular Americans who trust these charlatans and then end up dying, that I find to be sad. And I also think Bernie, if he were president, would be able to talk to the anti-vaxxers and win some of them over. We could win some of them over. Not all of them, but some of them. So why do people not want their vaccines? They don't trust their doctors. They don't trust their insurance companies. They don't believe it when the President of the United States says, if you have COVID, it'll be free, because it isn't. Remember, we were told that if you have COVID, go to the hospital. We know you're broke. We know you're sick of surprise bills, but we're going to kill this disease. And the only way we can kill it is if you go to the hospital and you will not be billed for your COVID treatment. Well, according to the Washington Post headline, the days of full COVID coverage are over. Insurers are restoring deductibles and copays, leaving patients with big bills. Large insurance companies waived cost sharing for coronavirus care in 2020, but it has sprung back in 2021. That's right. Anthem, Blue Cross, all the health insurance companies, Aetna, record profits in 2020. You know why? Because everybody was paying their insurance premiums, but they weren't going to the hospital. Did they lower your insurance premiums? Some car insurers lowered your premiums because nobody was driving and they didn't think it was fair to charge so much for car insurance if you weren't using your car. Nobody was using their health insurance last year because we were all too terrified to go to the hospital. So the health insurance companies had their best year ever because nobody was getting elective surgery and nobody was getting their lump looked at. So the insurance companies made out like who they are, bandits. They were told and they promised not to charge anybody for COVID. You know, the rest of the industrialized world doesn't charge for COVID. Well, profits, got to have profits in this country. So the insurance companies, you got to pay your deductibles now. Surprise bills for your COVID. But you're wringing your hands over Americans not getting vaccinated. People are waiting to the last minute to get their COVID looked at because of the health insurance companies. That's a bigger problem than anti-vaxxers. And if you're broke and you owe $50,000 to a hospital and it's in the system, you're going to be a little reluctant to go to your doctor. You're going to be afraid to go to your doctor if you owe $50,000 in unpaid medical bills. Unbelievable. Days of full coverage are over. And where are the doctors in all this, the healers? Doctors, nobody really goes into medicine to make money. Why aren't they speaking up? The nurses are, but the doctors aren't. Well, it turns out they're too busy committing suicide. Did you know that? Doctors have the highest suicide rate of any profession. I wonder why. I wonder why doctors have the highest suicide rate of any profession. What could be depressing them? According to Medscape, there is one suicide every day, on average, committed by a physician in the United States. Medscape says U.S. physicians have the highest suicide rate of any physician. Their suicide rate is more than twice that of the general population, new research shows. Medscape goes on to write, a systemic literature review of physician suicide shows that the suicide rate among physicians is 28 to 40 per 100,000. That's more than double that in the general population. You want to lower the suicide rate for physicians? Medicare for all. That's got to play havoc on your psyche, having to deal with 99% of your patients not being able to afford the treatment they deserve. And the ones who can afford it, the insurance companies wait them out, hoping they're going to die before they approve whatever they need. That's why doctors have the highest suicide rate in America, because of these health insurance companies. Why doesn't the AMA speak up and protect the doctors? They are depressed. This is one of the most depressed. Being a doctor is the most depressing job in America. There is no bigger proof than this. Physicians experience highest suicide rate of any profession. Why? Because we don't have Medicare for all. Are the doctors in this country so stupid they can't see the relationship between their suicide rate and being forced to deny coverage and treatment to 99% of their patients because the insurance companies have a stranglehold over their business? This is a really diseased country when even doctors can't take care of themselves. We have doctors in New York who can't afford health insurance. What about a general strike? Why can't these effing doctors do what the nurses are doing and go on strike? How many doctors have to commit suicide? Nobody goes into medicine to make money. And if you did go into medicine to make money, you shouldn't be in medicine. I mean, Jesus Christ. Physicians experience highest suicide rate of any profession. Medicare for all would cure that. And if you're a doctor who doesn't understand that the way to cure the suicide rate among physicians is Medicare for all, you should have your license revoked. Get with these doctors in America. This is why people are anti-vaxxing. Well, Georgia, hotspots. You were looking at the hotspots in Georgia. COVID is spreading through Georgia, and it's not as bad as Florida, but it's pretty bad. And they have a governor there who stole the election from Stacey Abrams. His name is Brian Kemp. He was the Secretary of State in Georgia, which means he counted the votes, and he was running against African-American Stacey Abrams. I think this was, 2 years ago, Democrat. He scrubbed something like 50,000 voters from the rolls, made it impossible for African-Americans to vote. He stole the election from Stacey Abrams. And he's now the governor. He's now the governor of Georgia. He was asked, as a loyal Republican, what he thought the answer is to COVID. You know, do you believe in vaccines? Shouldn't you be encouraging, forcing people to get vaccinated? And, he's for vaccines, but he doesn't think people should be forced to get them. Here's why.
We've had vaccines for measles, for polio, for smallpox, for swine flu. How is this different?
Well, I think it's different in a lot of ways because it's so new. Even though it's very safe, it's very effective. We know that. I believe that. There are people that have doubt that's out there because they haven't been all three fully authorized yet, and then mixed messaging out of the Biden administration. And plus, just like the AIDS vaccine, mandating it didn't work. It only worked when they started educating people why it was a good idea. That's what we need to continue to do with the COVID vaccine.
I'm sorry. Did you say there's a vaccine? What did you say about AIDS?
Just like the AIDS vaccine.
There's I'm sorry. I am. The what?
The AIDS vaccine.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a vaccine for
AIDS.
Really? They've come up with
vaccine.
A vaccine for AIDS. Okay. Wow. So I guess we just need to go slowly. You're saying that with the AIDS vaccine, people were reluctant at first to get the AIDS vaccine, Governor Kemp of Georgia. And if we go slowly with it, if we go slowly with the COVID vaccine, the way we did with the AIDS vaccine, what?
Just like the AIDS vaccine.
Yeah. Okay. We just go slowly with COVID, just like the AIDS vaccine. How do these people, how do you, okay. It's the governor of Georgia. That's the guy who doctors, he gets to determine mask mandates and vaccine mandates. He's the one who says, yeah, we can open up the schools. This is
the AIDS vaccine.
That's the guy who's going to determine whether or not the schools in Georgia are open. Interesting. Kemp stole the election from Stacey Abrams, who graduated from Harvard. That should tell you something. He stole the election, and he's trying to make it harder for everybody to vote. He is convinced that if you make it impossible to vote, Republicans win. But maybe not. The Wall Street Journal had a story yesterday entitled, "Some Republicans Fear Tighter Election Rules Could Boomerang on the Party." In Michigan, GOP officials are cautioning against tougher absentee voting laws, in part because it might discourage their own voters from casting ballots. See, that was one of the things I noticed in 2020 about absentee ballots. Donald Trump wanted everybody to vote on Election Day. But Republicans are just as lazy as Democrats. They like mail-in ballots. So making it harder to fill out and drop off a mail-in ballot may end up also hurting Republicans. According to the Wall Street Journal, since the 2020 election, Republicans in state legislatures have been tightening rules around voting and ballot security. They've passed more than 100 pieces of legislation in 24 states controlled by Republicans. Now, some Republicans in Michigan are saying that these voter rules may not be the best thing, that they may hurt our own party at the ballot box, because that's why you make voting laws, to benefit your own party, not democracy. You make sure that you pass voting laws that are beneficial to whoever controls the legislature. Now, the Wall Street Journal goes on to write, but survey data suggests those 2020 results were an outlier. In 2016, for instance, the use of mail-in ballots, I should spell out that in 2020, more Democrats used mail-in ballots than Republicans, but it's an outlier, according to the Wall Street Journal. In 2016, the Journal writes, the use of mail-in ballots was split fairly evenly between Democrats and Republicans. 26% of Democrats versus 23% of Republicans used mail-in ballots. That's according to the Cooperative Congressional Election Study. Interesting. Well, it sounds like Governor Brian Kemp, it sounds like tightening people's ability to vote could end up like...
Just like the AIDS vaccine.
Yeah, just like the AIDS vaccine. Voter fraud. Isn't voter fraud...
Just like the AIDS vaccine.
Right. It doesn't exist. Right? I think that's what you're basically saying. All right. Well, there is a senator from Louisiana. He's a Republican named John Kennedy. No relationship to President John Kennedy, or no relationship to reality whatsoever. As you know, bad things are happening on the border. Very sad things are happening on the border. And Senator John Kennedy was on Fox, and he's very upset with what's going on with all these Haitians trying to get into America.
Look, I regret having to say this, but when it comes to illegal immigration, you just can't trust the Biden administration. It would be like trusting Harvey Weinstein with your daughter.
I regret having to say this. I regret having to say this. I wanted to say it was like trusting Matt Gaetz with your daughter instead of Harvey Weinstein, but I couldn't. So I regret having to do that joke. I regret having to say this.
I regret having to say this.
I regret having to say this. My friend's daughter works in my D.C. office, and she came up with that line, and I think I have a chance. So if I use her line, maybe she'll have sex with me. But I regret having to say this. But I regret having to say this. That's what he regrets. He doesn't regret sending Haitians back to Haiti to face God knows what. Well, so is Joe Biden. Joe Biden and Mayorkas, the head of Homeland Security, who happens to be a refugee from Cuba. His family came over from Cuba. He's the new head of Homeland Security. He's also Jewish, so he's familiar with what it's like to be a refugee. Our head of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, and Joe Biden are sending Haitian refugees back to Haiti. They're down along the Mexican border. And there were some pictures that the Associated Press came out with. These are taken by Felix Marquez. He's been with the Haitian refugees. These are Haitian refugees walking across the Rio Grande. They leave Del Rio, Texas, and head towards Acuna, Mexico, Ciudad Acuna, Acuna City, I don't know what that means, to shop for food and supplies, and then they come back to America where they wait to be taken in by Americans. This is a little Haitian girl. Her father is holding her as he walks across the Rio Grande to go to Mexico to get some food and supplies, and then they will come back later with the hope that our country will welcome them like they welcomed all four of my grandparents. But we don't welcome refugees anymore. There was just a 7.2 earthquake in Haiti, immense poverty. There's the threat of a civil war going on right now, and we don't believe in political asylum for Haitian refugees. This is U.S. Customs and Border Protection on mounted horses. These are photographs taken by Felix Marquez. He's with Associated Press. And these are our immigration people, cowboys. They got their cowboy hat on and literally treating these Haitian refugees like cattle. This is your tax dollars at work. So for my podcast listeners, I recommend you look at this on YouTube. This is one of our immigration officers on a horse, dressed like a cowboy. He's got his chaps on, and he's rounding up a Haitian with rope. And look at what these two Haitians are carrying. They're coming back from Mexico. They're getting supplies, food. Looks like a lot of food. They picked up food for everybody. That's your tax dollars at work. We should be very proud. We should be very proud. Well, January 6th was the insurrection, and it looked like last Saturday was going to be insurrection part 2. This was scary. We were all on high alert because they were coming back to Washington, and this time they meant it.
You certainly can't ignore any chatter.
Thomas O'Connor was an FBI agent for 23 years on the Joint Terrorism Task Force. He says law enforcement must over-prepare.
Capitol Hill on high alert tonight, barricaded behind a 7-foot-tall steel fence.
The U.S. Capitol on high alert hours ahead of a rally supporting the January 6th rioters.
Security is tight in Washington this morning ahead of a highly anticipated rally.
The National Guard called in, police bracing for possible violence.
This will be the biggest.
Yeah. So you can't be too cautious, right? You just have to be on high alert. And, well, what happened? Nothing. There were more police officers than there were protesters, more reporters than there were protesters. So you can get all the intelligence you want, and they did get intelligence. They were told that this was going to be huge.
You certainly can't ignore any chatter.
Thomas O'Connor of a small number of recent bulletin obtained by CBS News, the Department of Homeland Security is aware of a small number of recent online threats of violence connected to the rally and found online discussions encouraging violence the day before. According to the bulletin, social media users discussed storming the Capitol the night before the rally. And other references to violence included using the rally to target Jewish institutions, elected officials, and liberal churches.
What I'm most worried about and still worry about is the threat that we do not know about. That's the threat that's going to...
The threat that we don't know about. We have to just throw everything. We have intelligence, we have Homeland Security, we have the greatest national security state in the history of civilization. We just assume the NSA is listening in on our conversations. We have drones circling over us. We're being monitored. We have all the information. We really do. Well, not always. August 26, 2021, 13 American soldiers were killed at the airport in Kabul by a terrorist from ISIS-K. That was their parting shot to us as we left. They killed 13 soldiers. And President Biden, on August 26, said this.
To those who carried out this attack, as well as anyone who wishes America harm, know this: we will not forgive. We will not forget. We will hunt you down and make you pay. I've also ordered my commanders to develop operational plans to strike ISIS-K assets, leadership, and facilities. We will respond with force and precision at our time, at the place we choose, in the moment of our choosing.
We will not forgive. We will not forget. We will hunt you down and make you pay. We will do it on our clock. We'll assess the situation. We'll find out where ISIS-K is headquartered and located. We have the intelligence, and we will avenge the deaths of those 13 soldiers. And we did. We killed, we were told we killed the people who killed our soldiers. In fact, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, gave a somber but somewhat proud assessment of the strike.
The procedures were correctly followed, and it was a righteous strike.
Yes, the procedures were correctly followed, and it was a righteous strike. General Kenneth F. McKenzie Jr. From Central Command, U.S. Central Command, tell us about this strike.
At the time of the strike, based upon all the intelligence and what was being reported, I was confident that the strike had averted an imminent threat to our forces at the airport.
That's great. So it was a righteous strike, and you were confident. That's General Kenneth F. McKenzie Jr., who's the head of Central Command over there. You don't get to be the head of Central Command if you can't read intelligence reports. So it was a righteous strike, according to our chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I like the word righteous. It means it was God was on our side, righteous, right? We did the right thing, righteous. And General McKenzie was confident the strike had averted an imminent threat at the airport. So they were preventing another terrorist attack because, you know, we have to protect everybody and we have the intelligence. We know what's going on in Afghanistan. So why not? Well, tell me more about the strike.
Based upon that assessment, I and other leaders in the department repeatedly asserted the validity of this strike.
So you asserted the validity of this strike. That's Pentagonese. So basically you're saying I ordered the strike is what you said. You're saying I ordered this strike. It was under my command, under my orders. I'm the head of Central Command in that theater. So I was for the strike. Now, I didn't know that there was a vaccine for AIDS. I'm not completely up to speed on what's going on in the world. There's some confusion as to what happened on the 26th with the airstrike.
I am here today to set the record straight.
Good. Okay, we're going to set the record straight. This is good. This is unlike ISIS-K. They don't set the record straight. We are a civilized people. We're Americans, and we spend $1 trillion a year on our Defense Department, and we have press spokesmen who are. It's a free and open society, and you're going to set the record straight so there'll be no confusion about what happened. So we were told that you killed the ISIS-K terrorists who murdered our 13 soldiers at Kabul airport.
While the team conducted the strike, did so in the honest belief that they were preventing an imminent attack on our forces and civilian evacuees, we now understand that to be incorrect.
Did you use the word honest? I think you used the word honest and righteous, and so it sounds like we're good people. Sounds like we're good people. It's a righteous strike. I just don't understand what happened.
A comprehensive review of all the available footage and reporting on the matter led us to a final conclusion.
Okay, so you've been I don't really know what you're saying. So you've reviewed the evidence after the strike. This is important because you reviewed all the evidence before the strike, before you decided to attack these ISIS-K members who killed our soldiers. So now you've done a study you've done a postmortem, if you will, to see how it turned out. And, set the record straight.
That as many as 10 civilians were killed in the strike, including up to 7 children.
10 civilians were killed. So that wasn't ISIS-K. You killed 10 civilians in the strike, and you didn't get ISIS-K. You didn't get the people who killed our soldiers. You killed 10. Hang on. You said 10 civilians and what?
7 children.
7 children. You killed 7. You killed. Okay. We killed 7 children.
We now understand that to be incorrect.
Yeah. So it wasn't ISIS-K. It was
7 children.
Wow. You killed 7 children. That's kind of weird. Roe v. Wade is going to be heard before the Supreme Court in December. Texas just passed this abortion bill. I mean, this is a nation that is pro-life.
7 children.
Yeah, you killed 7 children. Wow. I honestly thought that you the way it was presented to us, that you killed the ISIS-K members who killed our soldiers, but instead you killed
7 children.
Yeah, you killed what? How many?
7 children.
So interesting. This is General McKenzie. He killed 7 children. He gave the command. And so shouldn't you be exploring the possibility of turning yourself in? How many did you kill?
7 children.
Yeah. Shouldn't you be turning yourself in? Isn't that the way it usually works? Shouldn't you be exploring at least your resignation?
We are exploring the possibility of ex gratia payments.
I don't know what that means. Other than you're not taking responsibility for what you did. You killed how many?
7 children.
So for the rest of your life, you have to live with the fact that you gave an order, you read the intelligence, and you made a mistake resulting in the death of
7 children.
And you're not resigning. You're not resigning. That's interesting. You should be resigning. Seems to me that's the way these things are supposed to go. You kill. Seems to me if you kill
7 children.
Yeah. If you kill 7 children because of your incompetence, and incompetence often is because you just don't care, or you were seeking revenge and you just rolled the dice, you should be relieved of your duties. And the My Lai massacre, that took place on March 16th, 1968, and several hundred Vietnamese were murdered by our soldiers. It was a massacre, and they didn't get prosecuted for it because they were just following orders. That's the truth. Now, the Nuremberg trials that came after World War II, our military was instructed that you cannot get away with massacres by saying, I was just following orders. According to the Nuremberg trials and the laws that were enshrined in our military afterwards, no member of the military in America can participate in a massacre and say, I was just following orders. The My Lai massacre in 1968, turns out you can get off by saying, I was just following orders. They did prosecute this guy, William Calley. He was court-martialed. He was found guilty of the murder of 22 Vietnamese civilians. There were hundreds, close to 500 civilians massacred that day, March 1968. They could prove that William Calley killed 22 Vietnamese civilians, and he was sentenced to life in prison. But everything's political, and many, many on the right believed that Calley, Lieutenant Calley, was a scapegoat. And so he was paroled in 1974. He served 3 years under house arrest for those murders, and they really didn't feel like locking him up for life because he was only giving orders. You know, the defense is I was only following orders. We, like the Nazis, our soldiers are now, you commit a massacre, you can say I was only following orders. And in America, you can say I was only giving orders. That's also an excuse for not being prosecuted. So Calley killed, how many? He killed 22 Vietnamese civilians that we could prove. And how many did you kill, General McKenzie?
7 children.
Interesting. You killed 7 children. Are we going to prosecute you? I mean, certainly, America learns from its mistakes. certainly a general who killed 7 children that we know of is going to be prosecuted for this. And you know who probably has something to say about this? You know who we should check in with? William Cohen. William Cohen used to be the Secretary of Defense under Bill Clinton. He was a Republican senator. So this is a guy we can trust. He's bipartisan. He can reach across the aisle, William Cohen. He was a Republican senator from Maine, but he's a good guy. When he was a congressperson, a Republican, he voted to impeach Richard Nixon when he served on the House Judiciary Committee. William Cohen is a problem solver. He's a straight shooter. And like I said, he was Secretary of Defense in Bill Clinton's White House. He was a Republican in a Democratic Party White House. You can trust him. And I think we should listen to William Cohen because he was on CNN, and I'm sure he's going to get to the bottom of this.
I just want to pause long enough to say how this affected me, to see this family wiped out.
Yes, let's pause long enough to learn how this affected you, William Cohen, former Defense Secretary William Cohen, because that's the first thing I thought when I heard about 7 children getting killed by our military. The first thing I thought was, I wonder how this affects William Cohen personally. That's the first thing I needed to know, because William Cohen is a sensitive man, and he's going to be affected personally when our military kills 7. How many did we kill? How many?
7 children.
Right. You killed 7 children. Yes. You did it. Your mistake killed 7 children. All right? And you still haven't resigned. So anyway, Bill Cohen, former Secretary of Defense, elder statesman, very compassionate, caring man. And we know he's got to be upset because he voted to impeach Richard Nixon, even though Richard Nixon was a Republican and William Cohen was a Republican. This is an honorable man. He's going to demand a thorough court-martial and trial, and Americans who ordered this airstrike are going to be held accountable. So let's listen to former Pentagon Chief William Cohen.
It seems to me when something like this happens, you can expect the reaction is going to be very negative.
Wow, so wise. This is why it's important to listen to our elder statespeople like William Cohen. This is good. Everybody, lessons learned. Write this down. There's going to be a negative reaction when you kill how many?
7 children.
Okay. So there's going to be a negative reaction to killing 7 children. That's interesting. I'm glad we learned that, William Cohen. So go on. Tell us the reaction is going to be negative, and go on.
When we launch these strikes, to be as careful as we possibly can. And nothing is ever perfect. I know that I've been on the other end of this in terms of having launched strikes based on bad intelligence.
Oh, wait a second. You've been on the other end of this. You mean you were attacked by our military? No. Oh, you attacked others based on bad intelligence. I see. So you're a war criminal as well. You ordered airstrikes. This is pretty much what you're saying, that you ordered airstrikes based on bad intelligence. So you seem pretty forgiving of yourself. It's interesting. You ordered airstrikes based on bad intelligence, which probably ended up with
dead babies.
Yeah.
Dead babies.
Yeah.
When we launch these strikes, to be as careful as we possibly can. And nothing is ever perfect. I know that I've been on the other end of this in terms of having launched strikes based on bad intelligence.
Yeah. Bad intelligence results in
dead babies.
And we don't.
We launch these strikes to be as careful as we possibly can.
Yeah,
And
we were as careful. We're always as careful as we possibly can to make sure that there are no
dead babies.
When we launch these strikes to be as careful as we possibly can.
Careful as we possibly can. So forgiving of ourselves, aren't we? We're so forgiving. You're part of the cover-up. You know, My Lai, there was a cover-up for My Lai, and there'll be a cover-up for
7 children.
Dead babies.
Yeah.
Dead babies.
Yeah.
When we launch these strikes to be as careful.
Yeah. We love babies in America. Yeah. So tell me, being on the other side of this, tell me what you've learned as a defense secretary.
I remember that Don Rumsfeld, former Secretary of Defense, once said he worried, were we creating more terrorists than we were killing in Iraq?
Let me answer that question for you. Yes, you're creating more terrorists than you're killing. That's generally the way it works, William Cohen. When you kill 7 kids, well, what happens when you kill 7 kids?
If I were that family that had just been wiped out, I wouldn't be looking for any kind of compensation, any kind of reparations. I'd be looking for revenge. And I think that's the thing that we have to worry about.
Yeah, I think that's the thing we have to worry about. Yeah. Yeah. Terrorists just don't wake up one day and decide to kill Americans. They're probably wanting to kill Americans because of
dead babies.
When we launch these strikes.
Yeah, dead babies. And so it's interesting. William Cohen was introduced as a former defense secretary. What Wolf Blitzer didn't mention is that he's also a lobbyist. He has his own, wrong.
Dead babies.
Where are you? Let me find this. He's with the Cohen Group. He formed his own lobbying group. It's called the Cohen Group. I don't have the graphics for it. And he lobbies for Radon and other arms manufacturers. But he wasn't identified. William Cohen was identified as a former Pentagon chief. He wasn't brought on as a lobbyist for the military-industrial complex, which William Cohen is. He helps Radon and other arms dealers sell weapons. So you're one of the larger lobbyists in Washington, D.C. Nobody knows that. And it's your job to be forgiving of errant airstrikes that results in
dead babies.
Yeah, that's your job.
Dead babies.
Yeah, that's your job. Your job is to make dead babies seem palatable. And you create terrorism. You are a terrorist. You breed terrorism, and it's a nice job that you have. You get millions of dollars. You don't tell anybody that you're selling weapons to the American people. You have this measured cadence that assures us all that, this is war. We do our best. Mistakes are made, but let's not cry over dead babies. We're a forward-looking people. Let's just pour another $1 trillion this year into our weapons that result in, what is it?
Dead babies.
Yeah. Let's just pour another $1 trillion into dead babies. And, it's a virtuous cycle because we make dead babies, right, with the weapons you're selling, William Cohen, right? We make dead babies, and then people want revenge, right? So they attack us, right, because of their dead babies. And guess what? We have to attack them. So that means we have to buy more weapons. It's a virtuous cycle you got going there on K Street, William Cohen. You should be very proud of yourself. Taking all that expertise you accrued as a Pentagon chief and speaking up for the arms manufacturers who are responsible for
dead babies.
All right. This is the latest on our Twitter poll. I asked you on my Twitter account to pick the more vile corn-filled effluvium. Is it Mnuchin or Manchin? 25% say Mnuchin. 75% of people who follow me on Twitter say it's Joe Manchin. So go to Twitter right now. You can vote. Everybody can vote. My Twitter handle is @DavidFeldman. And follow me on Twitter. When we come back, we are going to talk to Howie Klein, and we're going to meet the next congressperson from Staten Island.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. That was a song written by Professor Mike Steinel. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Let us now go to Los Angeles, where the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, Howie Klein, I hope, is standing by.
I'm here.
You're there. Oh, good. And is it true that I have you for an hour tonight?
No.
Oh, I thought I had you at 7 o'clock as well. I just get you for.
Is that no. I didn't realize that. I thought what we were going to do is we were going to. Yeah, I thought this is a little early for calling me. I got it. I didn't pay close enough attention.
Well, here's the thing. We're gonna meet. I made a request before we introduce our very special guest. We have a very special guest who's going to be the next congressperson from Staten Island, New York. But
and you know what? Why don't you and I talk now, and then when she comes on, and then get on my way.
Why don't we do this then? Why don't I talk to her and call you back at 7?
Okay. Is she there now?
She's there right now. Do you want to say hello?
Hi.
Yes. Hi, Howie. I'm not kidding. I'm not sure if I'm on.
Yes, you are.
Nice to see you, except I don't. So, yeah, and thanks for writing all that great stuff for my blog. I very much appreciate it, and my readers do, too. I got a really, really good response.
That's why I requested Brittany Ramos Debatos you served in the military, and next year you're going to be serving in Washington, D.C., representing the great island of Staten, where... Is it named Staten Island because it lowers your cholesterol? That's where all the statins are. So, Howie, why don't I do this? I'll call you back at 7. Because I was hoping for an hour with you, but that's okay. We'll talk in a half hour.
I get dizzy after half an hour.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk in a half hour. And thank you for introducing me to Brittany. Thank you.
Great chat.
Great, thank you.
And David, could you do me a favor and ask people to donate to her campaign as well?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yes. I'll talk to you at
7.
At 7 o'clock. Thank you, Howie Klein. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we will be talking with Howie Klein from Down with Tyranny. He also is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Right now, let's say hello to Brittany Ramos Debatos. I'm probably butchering your name. You are a candidate for New York's 11th Congressional District. Please go to BrittanyForThePeople.org and give her money right now. Howie Klein, if Howie Klein says, give Brittany Ramos Debatos money, you give her money. BrittanyForThePeople.org. Welcome, Brittany. You're talking over. I can't hear you over the applause.
Pause for applause.
Pause for applause. Yes.
Sorry. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. And it's so nice when other people make the fundraising asks on your behalf. And, I really appreciate it because we're coming up on a deadline and we really do need the support.
Right. So what did you wear to the Met Gala?
I believe I was in sweatpants and a hoodie if I was wearing pants at all. So I was comfy in my home.
We're going to talk about serious stuff in a second.
Yeah.
But when they go after AOC for quote unquote hypocrisy, showing up to the Met Gala as though that's hypocritical, you can only, if you can't argue with somebody on the issues, you have to find hypocrisy. It's a poor man's rhetoric. And poor man, I mean like stupid, not poor. It's just a cheap. There's nothing wrong with going to the Met Gala and having fun. Socialists believe in museums. They believe in costumes. And while you're getting all that attention, why not have your ass emblazoned with tax the rich? So are you a socialist?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, would fairly describe me that way. I've been doing work speaking about the problems with capitalism that are inherent for a long time, and I'm a very pragmatic person. For me, I feel like the left and all of us need to be less focused on the labels that we call ourselves and more focused on how do we reach everyday working class people. And, as the Poor People's Campaign says, unite the poor. Mm-hmm. That is our work, right? Is not about, kind of signaling, oh, I'm this label, I'm a perfect socialist, or I'm a perfect Democrat or a democratic socialist, or any of these things, and if any of those labels are fit for you, fantastic, good for you, For me, I think that I tend to be a person who, I really care about reaching the unreached. I really care about speaking in language that is accessible and really reaches folks in ways that don't compromise our values, in ways that, yes, bring people in and build power for everyday people. And I think sometimes when we get caught up in jargon and all of these labels, we create deeper divisions in places where we should be deepening unity, right? And I don't mean a false, shallow sense of unity. I mean the deep unity that comes from principled struggles with each other around how are we going to relate to each other. And, I did tweet about AOC saying that I thought that her dress was fine. Yes. And I liked the stunt. And it was the most controversial tweet of my entire campaign so far, which it was about a dress. Right. So I thought that was shocking and concerning, to be honest with you. But I empathize. I empathize with my friends who, feel really offended and feel like she hasn't been doing enough. And that, I think, is where their frustration comes from. But I also am someone who believes that we have to, sometimes I wonder if folks really, from a power analysis, really resonate with what we're up against. We have all of the decks, the decks stacked against us. And I'm a person who in that case believes that we should be using every tactic, every strategy, every resource at our disposal to advance the cause of organizing working class people and building our political power.
And the way you organize people is music, costume,
culture, right?
culture,
you
fun.
Through culture.
The right loves to paint the left as these dour, miserable people in Mao jumpsuits, and there's no joy. Joy is how could you have to have the weight of the world on your shoulders, and that's not what the left is.
It's so true. I know.
It's all about happiness. It's all about celebrating, making sure that people have the time to go to the museum so you don't have to work 14 hours.
Yeah. And, I think that when we elect people to power to fight for us, then what we want them to do, right? We're sending them into a lion's den of a system that was not designed for
let's talk about the lion. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about you. About you. So you are a veteran, an Army combat veteran. You come from an Army family. I just spent the last half hour really going after our military and the 7 kids that we killed using drones. So we have a lot of soldiers who we owe everything to. They have coming home with PTSD and, like Vietnam, maybe even worse, they're being told this was for a noble cause. I want to ask you some difficult questions about this because we've infantilized the infantry. We've infantilized the American people when it comes to war. We don't see this. The only reason we're paying attention to this drone strike is because it was the last one. This stuff has been going on for 20 years. We've killed something like 27,000 civilians in the global war on terror that we know of because the Pentagon doesn't keep track. It's Air Wars that keeps track. You can't be critical of the military in the United States because we don't have a draft. So there's a compact between ordinary citizens and the people who serve. And that is, you're automatically heroes. You're doing what I'm too chicken to do. So we can't criticize the military. We did when there was a draft because everybody had skin in that game. But now the deal is you serve in the military and if it's unpatriotic to criticize the drone strikes. Is it unpatriotic to go after General McKenzie and General Milley? Is that disloyal?
I mean, I think if we're going to frame things in the terms of patriotism, then we should think of that as incredibly patriotic, right? I think that we should think of that as a patriotic duty. Because I think that the moral crisis that I felt when I deployed as a true believer, and I really thought that I was going to go help the Afghan people and that I was going to fight for freedom and democracy and all these things that were told in all of these, military ads and video games and recruiters in our schools and Hollywood movies on which the DoD consulted, right, et cetera. And so, I knew that there were problems, but I thought overall we were still really doing the right thing. And when I got there, it was so obvious that we were doing so much more harm than good.
What years were you there? What years were you there?
2012 to 2013.
2012 to 2013. That was Obama's deployment.
That's right. And I was actually, my orders were withdrawal operations, transition operations in support of the impending withdrawal. Because the Obama-Biden administration had run on the promise that we were leaving Afghanistan by 2014, no matter what, right? They swore up and down. These other guys, They have conditions, not us. We're leaving in 2014 no matter what. And here we are, 10 years later. It's, so I think that this is an important nuance, is that I think withdrawing is the right thing, right? We needed to leave. We were not helping. We were doing far more harm than good. And if the way that we left didn't prove that we, were not there with genuine concern for the lives of Afghan people, then I don't know how that's of any doubt at this point. And I think that what we saw in the nature of this withdrawal operation, though, was a real lack of regard for Afghan people, and even the American citizens who are stuck there, and even the Afghan people who literally worked for us for years. And what I saw when I was there was the way that corporations were really running the show. It was wild. We had, I was part of an engineer battalion, and we had mechanics who were fully capable, for example, of fixing our MRAPs when they were down. And I remember just being sitting ducks for a week while we waited for the corporate mechanics to come work on our vehicles, because there was a part of their corporate contract dictated that only their mechanics were allowed to work on it, right? So they built that kind of corporate control.
And that threat, what was the corporation?
Well, there's a few different ones, so it depends on, which one was the MRAP, was the vehicle that we were working on, right? Which is even more logistically, right? I mean, this is the thing I want people to understand.
Can you name some of the corporate? Can we know what some of those corporations are?
Yeah, I mean, there's
Halliburton.
Some of the top ones are Raytheon, Boeing, right? But there's so many other smaller ones too. And what a lot of folks don't know is Amazon is positioned to become one of the largest defense contractors as well. So they're not always just weapons manufacturers, right? It's food, it's all of these different things that we outsource to corporations that then they have a profit incentive in these kinds of occupations continuing. And I think that that's the thing that we need to address at the core. And we need people who are in office who are willing to really fight for that and are genuinely loyal to what's good for people and planet, and not what's good for Raytheon's bottom line.
First, BrittanyForThePeople.org. I don't ask for much from my listeners. Howie Klein has endorsed Brittany Ramos Debatos. She's running for Congress in Staten Island. Go to BrittanyForThePeople.org right now and give her money. Right now, please. I don't ask you for anything. We don't run commercials. I haven't done a pledge break in Lord knows how long. Go to BrittanyForThePeople.org and let's send her to send her to Washington, D.C. And you wrote a piece over Down with Tyranny that was just brilliant. And I called Howie and I said, please introduce me to Brittany. Explain something to me. You come from a military family.
Yes.
There's something I say over and over again, but because I'm of a certain age, I don't believe it 100%. I say we're fighting these wars for the military-industrial complex. We're looking for enemies that don't exist to keep the military-industrial complex humming. I say it and I repeat it over and over again. My father served, and all my grandparents served, and I say it over and over again. I say war is a lie. I quote David Swanson's book, but I don't believe it at 100% because I've been so convinced otherwise. When you were over there, did you end up thinking like Smedley Butler? Did you feel you were a gangster for capitalism? When you describe not being able to fix your own vehicles, and you were sitting duck sometimes because you would be violating the terms of service, an adhesion contract with the military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
Should I mean it when I say the only reason we fight these wars is to fuel the military-industrial complex?
Well, it's also geopolitical positioning, right? We have, for as long as I can remember, and what I believe to be most of U.S. history, our approach to, at least more recent U.S. history, our approach to foreign policy, foreign engagement, how we engage with other nations, how we relate to other nations, has been this belief that we have to dominate with military power at all costs. And there's no assessing of dominate by how much, right? Because we already have military power that, is unmatched even by several of our, closest competitors combined. And so it has created this runaway effect where it's just you are never powerfully positioned enough. You never have enough tanks. You never have enough bombs. You're never bombing enough places. You're never occupying enough places in case you have to bomb the other places, right? And so I think it's both profit and it's our geopolitical philosophy. And I think if we literally want the planet to survive, we are going to have to shift the entire framework with which we think about security, right? We talk about these shadow enemies that we have to be able to protect ourselves from. Meanwhile, the DoD is burning 10.3 million gallons of oil per day and invading places in order to establish pipelines in ways that further destroy the ecosystem through bombing campaigns, right? So on and so forth. The Iraqi population has the highest genetic damage rate of any population ever studied. And you can mark the change in that pre-U.S. invasion to post-U.S. invasion. And for anyone who doesn't know, that's the genetic damage creates birth defects, increases in cancers, things like that. It is literally how we are. So we're creating environments so toxic, it's changing the DNA of people, right? And so that's horrifying. That is a generations long lasting effect that we have had on the Iraqi people, and it's happening all over the world. And so I think that, the security that we need to concern ourselves with is the thing that if we don't change course is guaranteed to kill us, kill all of us, right? Rather than some shadow enemy that, some general or, some corporate executive is cooking up to either, continue justifying their existence or improving their bottom line.
We have a question from somebody in our virtual studio audience. Tamara? Well, while we're waiting for Tamara to unmute herself, yeah. How should we talk to soldiers who are coming home? If you're an abused kid, the only way to health is to be told the truth, that you were abused, the person who did that abused you. That's why you have this PTSD that people, it used to be just Vietnam vets had PTSD, but now they say other victims have it as well. Don't you help soldiers better by saying to them, this was a big fat mistake? You were abused? It's a tough question to ask. We don't do well by our vets. So, yeah. And I think it's partly because we lie to them.
Yeah.
And general,
in a lot of ways, we don't even do well by active duty. Look at the Vanessa Guillen case. Look at the fact that VA funding has been gutted repeatedly, systematically over the last decade. And then people turn around and say, oh, well, it's because of the VA. It's the VA's fault, and we need to privatize. And yet, that it completely erases and gaslights around the fact that they have participated in gutting it of resources. And so it's running on a skeleton staff that is doing a disservice to veterans who were willing to sacrifice and serve, and I mean, simple things around addressing military sexual trauma and assault. You know, we've just seen a repeated refusal to take real concrete action, and we're seeing movement now with a couple bills that were introduced in the last couple cycles, and so I'm glad to see that. But I mean, this is the most infuriating thing, and it's hurtful in and of itself, right? It's hurtful to know that, you know, you believed, you trusted these people with your willingness to sacrifice, with your willingness to do violence, to die. You were willing to put all of that on the line, and in turn, they want to have dog and pony show parades and pat you on the back and give you an empty thank you for your service, while they continue to vote for policies that ultimately don't serve the community. And in this sense, veterans are a microcosm, but a very poignant microcosm of the way that both parties often say that they're fighting for everyday working class people, and they say the right things sometimes, but then they turn around and they don't actually invest in the things that we need. And we have to change that.
I'm worried about our veterans because I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam vets and how they were treated. And I wonder if we have to talk to our veterans the way we talk to altar boys who were molested by priests. I wonder if there's an analog there. Because the military is sacred, keeping people safe, and it's the ultimate act of loyalty and patriotism. It is like being an altar boy. For some, for most, for many. It requires faith, duty, and honor. And then to be sent off, they were abused. They were abused in Iraq. And they were abused in Afghanistan. And for our country not to say that creates more abuse for them, I think.
Yeah. Well, and it's worse. They don't just not say that, right? They literally prosecute and torment those of us who decide to tell the truth. You know, I mean, there was a moment where I'm looking at my 18-year-old, 19-year-old troops freshly assigned to my command when I was a psychological operations officer. I had a detachment, and they're saying things like, I can't wait to deploy. They're true believers, right? The same way I was when I first came in. And I realized I am complicit in this lie that they're going to go fight for freedom as long as I'm not telling the truth. And how can I look myself in the face as a commissioned officer that committed to protecting this country? And this country is not the government. This country is the values that are encoded that we are supposed to be upholding, right? And so as far as I'm concerned, it would have been a betrayal to the American people and to the values that we say that America is supposed to be about and are protected in the Constitution if I had continued to keep my mouth shut as a commissioned officer who took an oath. So I started speaking out, and I didn't leak any secrets, right? I just started boosting basic facts about what our DOD was up to around the world that I thought people should be paying attention to. And no, because I said, if I do that, at least I feel like I can look myself in the mirror and know that I'm telling the truth. In uniform or out of the uniform, I'm going to keep telling the truth. And I was threatened with court-martial, put under investigation. I got hundreds of death threats, hate messages, all of this craziness from people calling me a traitor, etc. And I want to know why telling the truth would ever be considered an act of betrayal when you have generals out here refusing. Literally, the Afghanistan papers exposed that you had elected officials and senior military leaders knowingly lying to the American public about this war and about what was happening and to the troops. And so, and think about Daniel Hale, right? You were talking about drone strikes. My friend, fellow About Face, Veterans Against the War member, is sitting in jail right now because he leaked the proof that Obama was lying about the drone warfare program when he said that it was a better option because it was incredibly precise. And Daniel Hale leaked evidence because when you go through the normal whistleblower channels, usually those channels are going through the very same people who are approving those missions in the first place, right? And have a vested interest in covering them up. So he leaked them to the press so that the American public would know the truth, because he felt that they had a right to know that 9 out of 10 people killed by drone strikes in many of the cases are civilians, are unintended targets. And the Army knows that. The Air Force knows that. And, we saw that just now. At least they were willing to admit it this time. There have been Afghan, Iraqi, Pakistani, etc., even, people across North Africa begging for the U.S. government to at least admit that their family member was not a terrorist. And the U.S. has, in many cases, just ignored those people. And so, I think it's not just a refusal to tell us we're sorry, we're sorry, or to admit that this harm was done, but there is an active assault happening against truth tellers that the American public needs to be paying attention to, because this is the core fundamental check of accountability that the American public needs in order to hold the government accountable. And that's the way a democracy is supposed to work. And if we don't have access to the truth in these cases, then we have a real problem.
Can you come back Thursday? What's your schedule like?
I wish, but honestly, I have to figure out how to raise like
I'm going to raise
in the next 10 days.
How much do you have to raise?
I need to raise about $50,000 to be satisfied with my personal goal. Right. I'm ambitious. We're looking strong.
New York City is a very expensive market.
Yes.
Yeah, you're incredible. I mean,
Thank you.
You're anything I say is not going to come across properly, but people should go to Down with Tyranny and read your piece. It blew me away when I read it. And how do people donate money to you?
Yes, I think someone just dropped the donate link in the chat, but if you're ever looking for it, there's a giant donate here button on our website, which again is Brittany for the People or BrittanyForCongress.org. Either of those works. And you can follow us on social media at Brit, BRITT, #4 Congress.
All right, let's
and help us spread the word.
Let's try to get you some money. If you will you come back if we raise money for you?
Yes. After the end of this quarter.
When does the quarter end?
It's September 30th is our deadline. So I'm trying to raise that chunk by that time. So that's why, I was like, no, I can't come back soon.
Okay, well, so here's the deal, because we barely scratched the surface. And I reached out to you because your writing was so brilliant. How do, let's see, how do you spend $50,000?
Well, for me, it's investing in lit. It's investing in tools and, honestly, staff support and things like that so that we can really knock doors. So the difference, a lot of folks are like, oh, well, I'll wait till later. It's early. We don't have time for that with the strategy that we're building in a district like this, because the reason that Nicole Malliotakis won is because there is an energized base here, Trumpist base here.
She beat Jared Golden, the centrist Democrat.
Max Rose.
Max Rose, I'm sorry. Right. That's it.
Yes, exactly.
And he's a veteran, too.
This in my piece.
He's a veteran.
Yes, he is.
Right.
Yes, he is.
Jared Golden was another veteran who turned out to be like Rose. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But, we like the turnout in the 2018 Democratic primary when Max Rose was elected, which I knocked doors for and all of these things, was like 11% rounding up. And, I write about this in more detail in my blog that was mentioned, but, we have almost a 2-to-1 majority of registered Democrats to registered Republicans here. And we have another over 100,000 potential voters who aren't turning out. And many of them are young people of color, educated. They're folks that I think aren't turning out because they haven't had a candidate to really get excited about, because we've had so many traditional centrist establishment Democrats be the ones to run. And so we're running an unapologetic campaign, and we are organizing and we are building our own base. And I believe we can win that way. But that means we have to be knocking doors, making phone calls, registering voters now. And we've already been doing it for months. But that means that we have a prolonged amount of time where we're running a robust field operation. So we need the resources to be able to support the energy that folks are bringing to us, right? And to be able to meet them and convert them into voters and turn them into organizers who are organizing other voters.
BrittanyForThePeople.org. We need $50,000 by September 30th. I don't ask my listeners for much. BrittanyForThePeople.org. She's endorsed by Howie Klein. That's all you need to know. BrittanyForThePeople.org. Sometimes people come on the show, and today I'm a raw nerve for whatever reason, and you really got me. You wow. I mean, Howie, are you there?
Very much so.
Yeah. We have to raise $50,000 for. She got me today. Everybody you bring on the show is fantastic because you're Howie Klein. But for some reason, with just what's been going on in the world, Brittany, I don't know. I want to say she's. Any compliment I give her won't sound right. But
I asked a question as well before she leaves.
Yes, please.
And if you covered it, just tell me to shut up and we'll move on. But Brittany, one of the things that fascinated me about you is that you unlike many vets who I've talked to, you were willing to be more insightful about your whole experience in the military and where that led you in terms of your thinking about the military-industrial complex. Did you and David talk about that subject yet?
Yes, but go ahead. I want to hear this, please.
Well, if you already spoke about it, you spoke about it.
Well, but basically, I interrupted her as well. I was showing off for her, Howie, so I interrupted her a couple of times. I was trying to impress her. So, would you like to?
I'm turning red. I'm turning red in the cheeks, y'all.
Brittany, can you talk a little bit about how your service in Iraq? It was Iraq, right? No, it was Afghanistan, right?
Afghanistan. Mm-hmm.
How your service in Afghanistan changed your thinking about the role of the military in our country?
Yeah, well, I did speak about that a little bit already. So what I think I would add is, because I also want to shout out this documentary, is that so many folks, one of the reasons it took me so long is because I had this false narrative about patriotism and how we should relate to vets and the military about the Vietnam War. And we've talked a little bit about, you've brought that up, David, but there's this narrative. The only thing I really knew about the anti-war movement after Vietnam or during Vietnam was that some hippies had spat upon the troops. And that's why we say thank you for your service and show our gratitude now. Right. And in hindsight, I'm like, well, there's a lot of blank spots in that. But I think that's what's taught to a lot of people. And so I didn't start to question it. I had never met an anti-war veteran. I had never heard of that being a thing, let alone a troop. And it was when Colin Kaepernick took a knee, and I watched the flag and veterans and the troops be weaponized against a man who was standing up for the very rights that we claim that someone like me signed up in the military to protect, right? And I saw that and I was like, oh my God, we're never going to get economic or racial justice or gender justice if we allow this kind of weaponization of the flag and militarism against our struggle to actually embody the values that we say we're about as a country. And so that's what led me to jump. I joined the Poor People's Campaign, and because Reverend Barber was talking about Dr. King's interlocking evils of militarism, racism and poverty and the connections between them. And I joined About Face, Veterans Against the War. And I quickly became politicized around this issue. And I watched the documentary Sir No Sir. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It follows several of the people who were involved in the active duty resistance to the Vietnam War, as well as veterans. And what is not said enough is that somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million active duty troops and vets were part of that anti-war movement, actively marched, actually put their bodies on the line, or took serious risks in order to be able to, take moral action against something that they felt was immoral. I'm proud to be a part of that lineage. That inspired me to take the risks and actions that I took, which were minimal compared to so many, and many other members of About Face and beyond. And so, if you're hungry to learn more about that, that's a documentary I really recommend. But it just became so clear to me through that experience that these issues are so connected. And, I think we have members in Congress who are speaking to, from different points of intersection, but we haven't had a post 9/11 vet come and be loud and unapologetic about saying that our current policy is hurting the troops, it's hurting vets, it's hurting the people who live here in the United States, and it's hurting people around the world. And we need not just to nibble around the edges, we need real transformation and reparations for the harm that's been done.
Howie, you know what? I read her piece for you in Down with Tyranny, and I reached out. Her writing is just, amazing. She's the first candidate I've ever had on this show who said, I need to raise $50,000 by September 30th. Nobody has ever been that upfront and honest and spoke the truth and said, this is what I need. This is what it's about. Nobody has ever been that upfront and honest.
Well, it's good that you're giving people her the page on ActBlue that they can go to donate.
So should they go to BrittanyForThePeople.org or where should they go to donate?
Either one. Either
Okay.
one is good. There's a donate. The donate links there are great. They take you directly to our ActBlue. If there's, you can also go on our website and it links you to the same. It'll just take you to the same ActBlue form. So either one's great.
I would love to see you in Washington, D.C. You're in a whole other league than what gets passed off for celebrity on the left. You're in a whole other. This is incredible. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you.
Hopefully, somebody listening is going to send you $50,000.
That wouldn't be legal.
Oh, it wouldn't be legal.
It wouldn't be legal. No. The max an individual can give is $2,900. If their spouse can also give $2,900, right? So it's by the individual. And you can double max and give the full, 2 max donations because that's for the primary. So if you want to give your general max now as well, that allows us to get our numbers up. And we're legally, we put that in a separate spot where we can't spend it until after the primary. But I think we're going to win. So, and I think regardless, we're building the kind of campaign that is worth the investment. When you run just based on what's currently possible, you don't get anywhere, right? We're just on this hamster wheel of dealing with these disappointments of candidates, right? And this kind of campaign is the kind of campaign that is putting in the work to transform the landscape. And I think we're going to win. But even if we lose, that's going to set it up so that the next person has an even better shot. And, I think that that's how we actually get to where we need to go. And that's the kind of work that we have to be investing in.
So what's the most you can give in this quarter? 28?
No, you can give double 29.
Okay. So we need $50,000 so that if we get 10, 12 people each listening right now to give $2,900, that's kind of close to $50,000. I have to believe,
David, that's a lot to ask for. I think. I mean, you know your listeners better than I do, but maybe a smaller amount would make more sense to them. Like, you know what I was thinking? Maybe if you and I were the examples right now, and you gave 500 and I gave 500, that would be 1,000, and then she would only need to do 4,900 instead of 49,000 instead of 50,000.
Okay, well said. I'm going to let Brittany go, and I'll make a pitch behind your back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brittany.
Okay.
If you can draw a connection between money raised from the show, will you come back?
Yes, I mean, I will. I'm happy to come back regardless. But
Well, but-
yes,
but-
I.
Okay.
Yes,
Someone
of course
already
I
gave-
will, and
Someone already donated $100, I noticed.
nice. That's awesome. And it adds up. Every amount, even if you can't do a larger amount like that, every amount really does add up quickly because we have to go for volume. And the last thing I'll say, because, you know, there's always going to be skeptics who are like, does she have any chance though? That's totally normal. You know, conventional wisdom would say I don't. I wrote a whole blog piece on why I believe that I do and that we do, that you should check out. So I'll spare you the details. But let me tell you one last thing that I think says a lot about the momentum we already have. We've raised over $250,000 in grassroots contributions cycle to date so far. And we had, I believe, less than 10 total people who gave over $1,000. That's how much just grassroots energy that we've been getting. $25 here and $5 there and $250 there that has added up to over $250,000. And over the course of this, we're going to have to raise over $2 million. This was one of the most expensive races in the country last cycle.
Because it's
and
New
we're
York
up to the top,
City.
but it's going to take all of us.
New York
Yeah.
City is New York City. You know, $250,000 gets you half a slice of pizza in New York City. Thank you, Brittany, for the people.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Howie. Thank you, Brittany.
Yes.
Howie Klein joins us, and Brittany for the people. So there has to be some listeners out there. Like, we're on so many different platforms. I have to assume there are some baby boomers listening who have $2,000 lying around. Some of my listeners have to have done well when the pandemic started. Some of my listeners have to have done well off the war. So give her $2,000. If you have money, make the big donation. Make a big donation, because this planet and this democracy, this is not going to be around much longer. This may be your last chance. And
I hope that someone does, David. I really do. It would be amazing if they do. And people can also go to downwithtyranny.com, which is my blog, downwithtyranny.com. And there they'll see something that says about. And if you hit on about, you get an opportunity to donate. So you can donate directly to Brittany's campaign. And I'd love to see someone donate $2,000. And if someone does donate $2,000 based on that eloquent spiel that David just gave you, I will personally send that person a wonderful, beautiful work of art that's relevant to this campaign. So, and that will just be like a thank you gift. And if 2 people donate or 3 people donate, I will send 2 or 3 of those as well. So David and I didn't plan this. This wasn't something that we thought we would do, but it's something that I was just inspired to come up with. So what was the amount, David, that you're asking?
$2,000. I think.
Can we lower that to 1,000?
No.
No, okay.
Or
You're right.
1,000.
Let's go to 2,000. So you're going to have to. So the way I'm going to know that you donated it is go to downwithtyranny.com, hit the little thing on the top that says about, and then you'll have an opportunity to donate. Donate $2,000, and you get David's thanks and my present.
And next week we'll figure out some way I can, but yes, you'll donate a piece of art. How did you find this person? Here's the thing. I knew I was having you on the show. I go to Down with Tyranny about 3 times a week to check in. And I'm reading what she wrote, and it was a perfect analysis of what's going on in Staten Island, why the tried and true Democrats always fail in Staten Island, and what is needed. And the writing was how brilliant. You see, I was afraid to compliment her because it would be like, I felt I was like talking to Obama.
Like, when I talk to candidates, we speak on the phone for hours sometimes, or not hours in one shot, but an hour one day, an hour another day, an hour another day, and I get to know them, and I get to know what would work best. And one of the things I always tell the candidates is that our readers, the readers at Down with Tyranny, they want to hear the authentic voice of the candidate. They don't want to hear a press release. They don't want to hear a website. They want to feel that they know what the candidate is all about. And it's got to be an authentic voice. Otherwise, no one's going to be interested. And she definitely took that to heart. We also talked about several issues while we were trying to figure out what would be best for her to write about. And then we decided not to go with the thing that so many candidates do all the time. So we didn't talk about the Green New Deal, which she supports. We didn't talk about Medicare for All, which she supports. But we talked about something unique to Staten Island that I thought would interest people. And I know it interested at least you.
Yeah.
And that was, by the way, it's not just Staten Island. About over a third of the district is in South Brooklyn, including where I grew up, which makes me always very, very interested in what goes on in that district. The other thing that I've been watching very closely is the guy who, there was a blue dog named Max Rose. I don't know if you discussed that at all.
Yeah, I confused him with our friend Jared Golden. But
very similar.
Yes.
Yeah. And Max Rose is the blue dog, and he hasn't declared he's going to run yet, but he's probably going to run. He's raising money, so he's going to run. He's calling people and telling them, that he's going to run, so he probably will. And I thought, oh my God, this cycle, someone's just got to break this cycle of you get a conservative Democrat who gets replaced by a conservative Republican. Eventually, the conservative Republican gets caught with a second family or stealing money or murdering people, and they retire or go to jail, and then you get another conservative Democrat, and that's the cycle that needs to be broken. And Brittany thinks she's got the way, and I think she's got the way to break that cycle, which is different. No one has ever tried it before. A Democrat who really speaks to working people and on their issues and doesn't try to be a Republican-like candidate. She's not trying to win over conservative voters. I mean, some of them may vote for her. That's not her purpose. Her purpose is to turn out more working-class voters and to enthuse Democrats and get them to come out and vote for her. That's what she's trying to do. The person who she's running against, Nicole Malliotakis, is just a garden variety Republican, just absolutely awful and way to the right of this district. I mean, this is not some crazy right-wing district. This is a district that Obama won, as a matter of fact, in 2008. And I am certain that there is a real chance for Brittany to win this district as well.
In her piece for Down with Tyranny, she said Bernie won the primary there as well.
Well, he won parts of the district. Remember, he was running against Hillary, who was very well known. She had been the senator from New York. But Bernie, or was she talking about 2020? In any case, Bernie won big swaths in both Brooklyn and in Staten Island. And, people thought, well, how's that possible? But of course that's possible because they're not conventional status quo candidates. And when I say they, I mean both Brittany and Bernie. Neither of them is a conventional status quo candidate, and that's what people don't want. And they get stuck between a status quo conservative Democrat and a status quo conservative Republican, and they have no other choice. Now they're going to have a choice.
Right. Right. BrittanyForThePeople.org. I'm getting some pushback from the studio audience. I said it was like talking to Obama. You know what I meant by that, right?
They just said he was smart, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to meet Barack Obama without knowing anything about him, you would be blown away by him, and you would catch yourself. I mean, you would catch yourself before saying, you're pretty smart, because he'd say, "Yeah, you think." And I felt that way with Brittany. I wanted to give her a compliment, but I thought, I don't think she needs a compliment from me. She's the very articulate.
And she worked her way up in the ranks and became a captain, which is something, especially for she was in combat duty. She was on the front lines in Afghanistan, and in the end, before she left the army, she was a captain, which is not easy for a woman.
No, not at all. All right, this one, every candidate you introduce, and I don't know, I think because of Afghanistan, and I think most Americans, whether they know it or not, are suffering, not like the soldiers are, not like the people of Afghanistan are, but this is a watershed moment in American history when we finally have to confront the truth about our Pentagon and our role in the world. I think a lot of Americans have finally realized what these forever wars are about. And it's very upsetting. And it's especially...
Do you really feel that way, David? I mean, I'm curious. You think that more people are realizing that now than realized it, towards the end of the Vietnam War, when not enough people realized it?
I think after the Vietnam War, people realized it, and then Reagan came along. So...
And then they unrealized it.
Yeah, and Vietnam was the first... Well, the lead up to World War I, we had Eugene Debs. But in modern history, Vietnam was the first time the American people challenged the war machine. But there were no lessons learned from it. The second time around, this 20-year war, they broke us. This war broke the country in every way, financially, spiritually, morally. This country is broken from this 20-year war. And most people they internalize this trauma and don't recognize it, but I think it's underneath the surface that something they believed in was a lie, and whether or not they know that why they're feeling this way, but they're feeling it. They may not know why they're feeling it, but this country is feeling it. The pullout from Afghanistan, it's a trauma.
Yeah. Well, usually when a country occupies another country and then they get defeated and they have to leave, it's always a trauma. I happen to think that Biden handled this way better than it's been handled in the past. Americans don't understand that, but because they don't know history. Look and see the way the British left Afghanistan.
Or the way we left Saigon, dumping all those helicopters into the ocean.
Yeah, that's right. And that was way more horrible. But you know what? When the British left Afghanistan after they were defeated, an entire army was massacred. The Afs left one person alive to go back into India to tell what had happened, but they slaughtered the entire army.
Yeah.
So that didn't happen here. We lost a few people, and that's horrible, but we didn't lose an army.
Right.
When people talk about the way Trump would have done it, come on, let's be real. Trump has a record. That's what he would have done. We would have lost the whole army.
Right. Howie Klein is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Go there right now and donate to Brittany, or go to BrittanyForThePeople.org. TheDavidPhilman.org. You got me this week. You got this one. Usually I see the candidates, they're all great, but this one,
Well, you really like a lot of these candidates very much. I mean, I've heard you raving about some of the candidates, and I know that you've invited them back, and you treat them really well. Yeah. And I'm glad that you think so highly of Brittany. I remember it was just a week or two ago, and there was another candidate that you seemed extremely enthusiastic about.
Yes. All right. I love you. Thank you so much.
I'll see you next week.
Yep. I can't wait to see you. Howie Klein. Thank you so much, Howie Klein.
And why can't I...
What? Hang on. The applause is deafening.
Why can't I be on the Zoom thing too? Oh, and another thing I have to ask you. What happened with Dorothy Reich? I know you had her on the show. Did you not like her or something?
She was fine. She was fine.
She got the feeling that you were, sort of mocking her and treating her badly.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Okay.
I did not treat her badly, but we'll talk tomorrow.
You treat everybody the same.
I treat everybody the same.
Yeah.
We're live, by the way.
We are?
Yes.
Talk to you later.
Thank you, Howie. Bye. Thank you, Howie.
Attention to the man behind the curtain.
This is. I do the show. David Cobb joins us. He ran for president in 2004 on the Green Party ticket. He's a lawyer, but one of the good ones. There are very few good lawyers, but he's one of them. He's an environmental activist, and he's working with the people, the Native Americans, the first people of Humboldt County. Is Humboldt County?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about the fires and the recall, and then what you want to talk about. Last call for BrittanyForThePeople.org. Please give $1 or $1,000, but give her money. That was we just met an amazing candidate, just amazing. How are you, sir?
I'm good, and boy, there's so much because I came onto the conversation. I was loving the very tail end because what I want to talk about is empire and how getting out of a failure as an empire is, of course, traumatic.
Well, hang on. Professor Ann Lee wants to know how your lecture went last week.
Oh, thank you, Professor. So, you know what? I got to tell you, to paraphrase or not, to quote The Who, the kids are all right. I mean, when I laid it out, not only was it a receptive audience for, I laid out. So look, y'all, this is what capitalism is. I'm just going to give you the objective definition. This is the objective definition of a solidarity economy. And these are the concrete policies that can be done as non-reformist reforms, because whether you think capitalism can be reformed or we need a whole nother system, here are the things like public banking and participatory budgeting and worker-owned cooperatives. There was not a single. But what I'll say, Professor, and to David Feldman, I will tell you that there was, there were some hard clarifying questions about the definition of capitalism, but once there was agreement on what it was, I just made the case. I said, I deduce that unlimited growth on a finite planet is the ideology of cancer. Now, I appreciate it that some folks think that may not be true, but I will just, that's my position. Mm-hmm. And that actually, I got very little pushback on that. What I got was, well, wait a minute. Well, then how do we meet human needs, right? And maybe it's because Humboldt State University business students are not the same as, University of Chicago business students, right?
Is their degree rolling paper?
Okay, good, well done, well played. But the point is that it was the lecture went really well as we laid it out, and then the questions were not like efforts to undermine me, but they were really intellectually inquisitive questions about, well, wait a minute, what's the, like, public banking, you say democratizing finance, concretely, what does that mean? Where do the profits go? What's the incentive to be able to do it? I mean, these were people who were really thinking in a systems approach. I was very impressed by those students, and promised the professor that I would come back again. So it went really well. And thank you, Professor Ann Lee, for asking that question.
The kids are all right, and then they become adults.
I know, right?
And they forget that they forget.
We do forget. We do forget it, and we need to remind ourselves. And so this
Empire.
is
Talk to me about Empire.
So yeah, thank you. Because yes.
What?
So I thought I heard something. So look, about Empire, what I heard Howie saying really resonated for me, right? And what I heard you saying resonated. It is trauma, and the difference is if all we do is say, okay, how do we get out of this failure in a way that is as least painful as possible, or okay, but really, let's be clear, Afghanistan was a failure of empire, right? And so rather than do empire better, let's just not do fucking empire. Okay? Like, what if we actually took a proper role for the United States of America in actually the global community and said, let's actually revamp U.S. foreign policy so it actually reflects the values of liberty, justice, equality, and democracy. You know, oh, and by the way, why don't we do that here in the United States as well, right? Like, why don't we actually take that seriously? So what I'm getting at, David, is that I think that there is a real opportunity to come to terms with what the United States foreign policy has been, and it is empire. But here's something important. The modern empire is not the traditional empire. It's not the empire of going out, taking over other land and managing it. In late stage capitalism, imperialism looks like just extracting the resources and putting in a mechanism by which you can get the local people to exploit themselves, to extract their resources, to send it back to the capital of empire. The second part to that, David, so it's actually not even an American empire. It's a corporate empire, because that empire operates to benefit the corporate elite, right? And I will submit this. I have more in common than the working class person in Congo or Bangladesh or Costa Rica or anywhere in the country, even though I share language and culture, historic cultural norms with the ruling elite of this country. Think about it as like the nations now are these super steep pyramids. And at the top, the ruling elite, even across different languages and across different histories, they've got more in common with each other than working class people do at the base. That's why having a genuine globalist worldview is actually so important, because empire, conquest, power over, domination, that's what's destroying the planet.
Yeah.
We got to stop that.
The planet. You live in Northern California. The sequoias are being threatened. What's happening with the fires?
So they are getting contained. It is so again, we're in a crisis. But remember that this ecological crisis is not coming. It's here and getting worse. This is like the new reality or the new normal. So we did get some rain all across the bioregion. So it's not as scary. They're getting contained, but at the end of the day, like, we're going to have to actually look, the window is closing, but the good news is that, and I'll bring in the traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK, because the folks at the Wiyot tribe and the Karuk and the Yurok, who are frankly educating me and helping me to decolonize my own thinking and my own perspective, said, look, David, like the way Europeans and the way you white folks talk about fire suppression is actually part of the problem. We have always had a relationship with fire. And it's not even management, right? We don't even talk about managing the forest because we are in relation with the forest, the animals within the forest, and we are literally in a relationship with fire. In the Yurok tradition, they literally have a saying that basically translates: fire is the sharpest or most powerful tool in the toolbox. Fire to them is just a tool that they're in relationship with. And the problem has been that because, white colonized mentality looks at a forest and immediately thinks board feet, and the only thing that has value to it is whenever you cut it down and turn it into a commodity that's bought and paid for at a profit, as opposed to looking at a vibrant ecosystem that we ourselves are part of, right? It's something to be able to be part of and in relation with. So this is why, I have a friend who is indigenous or who works with indigenous people as well, who says, follow those who know the way, right? There is a way out of the madness. There is a way out of the insanity, but it's not continuing to do what we've been doing, only better or more effectively. It's actually to remember that we all descend from indigenous peoples. I know, David, because I've done the research, and my mama was very proud of the fact that we descend from Scot and Irish, right? So I know that there was a time when my ancestors were in right relationship with each other, with the bioregion and the land. And then the English Empire came and raped and pillaged and plundered and drove my ancestors off of the land. And then they came to this continent and raped and pillaged and plundered and drove people off the land. The thing is this: there is so much trauma. My ancestors both experienced trauma and caused trauma. And so what we have to do is learn to heal ourselves, heal the trauma, and really and truly, I am talking to you from unceded Wiyot ancestral territory, where the Wiyot have stewarded this land since time immemorial. I am an uninvited guest here, but my mama and my mama and papa taught me, if you're going to be a guest somewhere, be an appropriate guest, be a good guest. So I can't go back to Scotland and Ireland. There's not I can't just leave Humboldt. This is my home. But I need to learn how to be an appropriate guest. And I need to learn from the Wiyot people about how to be in right relationship with them and the bay and the forests and the river and waterways. And that's not to romanticize it. It is to say there is a worldview that my ancestors once knew too, and I need to decolonize my own mind and then find the right way to do my work on this planet to be a healing force.
When you look at somebody like Senator Joe Manchin, there was a piece in the New York Times yesterday. He's writing the climate script for Bernie's $3.5 trillion bill. Joe Manchin.
What?
I'm sorry?
What?
He's chairman of the Energy Committee. So he's been assigned because of his status. And he's saying the Green New Deal, he says, I am willing to admit that climate change is man-made, but it's too much too soon. It's happening too quickly. He thinks Bernie's bill is happening too quickly. He hasn't looked outside, apparently. There's something else that's happening quicker.
I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, with all due respect to Senator, and it's very little that's due, by the way, but with whatever respect is due to that position, science doesn't care about the politics, right? Like, the reality is that the world is literally being destroyed faster than she can replenish herself. And what is the final analysis going to be? Like, yeah, we destroyed the planet, but boy, we had about 50 or 75 years where we really returned the highest maximum yield for our shareholders, right? The most profit we could probably get. This is insanity.
It is insanity. It's insanity.
And the fact that Senator Manchin is supposed to like this is really depressing, because I thought that the 3.5 trillion was an opportunity to actually shift. But not with Joe Manchin, if he's actually going to be the spokesperson for the energy part. That's disappointing.
It's disappointing because we really don't have much time.
Correct.
And as you're reading about Joe Manchin, who earns more than $500,000 in dividends from some coal company he owns, it's murderous. There's no other word for it other than murderous, that he is murdering the planet for his coal dividends.
Correct. I mean, look, that's how I read it too. And that's like, look, I want to be clear. It's not that I think that Joe Manchin is a bad human being.
I do.
I'm saying that the policies and the worldview that he has is destructive, right? So like, I have a scathing critique of that, but I don't want to demonize him as an individual. What I want to say is we are making a mistake if we allow him to be the spokesperson for what it is that we need to be doing. Like, it is just wrong. And as long as, I'll stop there.
No, okay, yeah. His phone number is 304. His phone number is 304-368-0567. Call Senator Joe Manchin's office. You'll leave a message. The number is 304-368-0567, and politely ask him to support Bernie's $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill. Don't be an a-hole. If you're an a-hole, if you make it about yourself, you're hurting the rest of us. You leave a nasty message, it's just going to make them want to vote against Bernie. You leave
but that's right. Like, but as you know, David Feldman, I come from Texas, right? And
yes.
The great Texas politician Sam Rayburn once famously said, as an elected official, when I feel the heat, I always see the light. And I always love that phrase, right? Because it really is about accountability. Now, yelling at somebody is not the same thing as an accountability. Like, I don't know about you, but I've never been persuaded by somebody just shouting at me.
No.
Right? It's just a habit. And I know, by the way, anytime I find myself just shouting at somebody, I'm not communicating anymore. Right. I'm venting. And, and that's not my best self. And guess what? I'm a human. I'm not always my best self. Nobody is. But this is very serious matter. I agree with David Feldman. Call 304-368-0567 and respectfully request Senator Manchin support Bernie Sanders' version of the reconciliation bill. It's just that simple. He's a member of the United States Senate. He has a very important vote to take. And if you're in West Virginia, all the better, right? But if you're not, he's still a U.S. Senator, and he needs to know that there is a growing movement that is making a request. This is how representative democracy is supposed to work. Don't call and yell at him. It doesn't help. It actually hurts. But do add your voice to the chorus. That would be my request.
Right. I can't imagine. He's got to be in his 70s. don't you want to go down in history? Do you really want to go down in history as the senator who destroyed the planet, who killed us all?
You know, this is the thing that I just can't wrap my head around. Like, is somebody like Manchin so bought in to the sort of corporate capitalist worldview that he really thinks that he's doing the right thing? I mean, because to me that the objective science is so obvious. It is so clear. It is so frightening that I can't square it, David.
Yeah.
I can't square it.
We don't know rich people. That's the problem in America. There are two Americas. John Edwards talked about this. People who have, like he does, a $750,000 yacht named Almost Heaven. We can't fathom what they're thinking. In France, you can't build a luxury apartment in Paris without set-asides for low-income housing in that building. In Paris, they force the wealthiest 1% to have poor people as neighbors.
Oh, how about this? Did you know that in Sweden, part of the reason they have such stellar public education? Because they don't allow private education. They say, the rich folks send their kids to the same schools as everybody else. I mean, there is something to this idea of, communalism, a collective experience. I think that if we really understand that we're all in it together, we have a different view. That, by the way, is what class consciousness actually means. And, the reality is that I think you're right. Somebody like Senator Manchin, like anybody who is in that class, they process information. Their positionality in the world is different than ours, and the overwhelming majority of us. See, the problem is that they are in positions of power where they're going to kill us all, right? Like that's the problem. Like if it was just that they were like greedy, selfish, like little children, and they were like, I honestly, on my best days, I feel sorry for them because they're not actually connected to other humans and to creation itself.
And they're ignorant. I was watching the Elizabeth Holmes, I think that's her name, the Theranos woman, the documentary on HBO. If you haven't seen it, the trial is going on right now. Fraud. She convinced all of Silicon Valley that she could make this thing called Edison, where from a drop of blood, she could test 200 signs of illness. She could tell you 200, tests for heart disease from just a drop of blood. She raised countless billions. The takeaway from the documentary is when you get to a certain level of privilege, it makes you stupid. George Shultz, remember George Shultz, Secretary of State under Nixon, and Rand Bechtel. He signed on to the board of directors. The war criminal Henry Kissinger, who unfortunately is still alive, he vouched for this. Mad Dog Mattis, our Pentagon, before he went back to run the Pentagon under Trump, he was on the board of directors, and they would make speeches praising the technology behind Edison. And there was no technology. They were taken by her. We like to think that somebody like Joe Manchin is smart because he's wealthy and he's a senator and he wins. He's not smart. He's not. And his stupidity is getting us killed.
Well, I can't help but to see that Dr. Fraud has joined us. So let's bring somebody who is maybe capable of helping us understand this, especially since I've run into her time in the past. Let's get a three-way conversation going on. What about it, Dr. Fraud? Is Feldman right?
I think his cupidity will get us killed. He's in bed with the fossil fuel companies, and that's all he can see, more for him. He's like his daughter with the EpiPen, raising the price so that people can't afford it and she can make more money. He's inured to the suffering around him because he's making money, and he feels he's winning in the American game because he's making money. And yes, he's stupid because that's a monovision, stupid, but he's shrewd in what he's doing and he's making money. And that's what counts for him. And that's what capitalism does. It makes the idea of making more for yourself the goal in life. And those people who have more, then they get ambassadorships, they get appointed to positions of authority in our government just because they're rich, rather than being disqualified on that basis because they're profiteers. It's a whole capitalist mindset that has to change.
I thank you very much, because I think that that absolutely makes sense to me. This notion of accumulation, and remember, profit maximization is one of the key characteristics of capitalism. Yes. I just want to point out, if these like wealthy, powerful people who are hoarding wealth, power, and decision making, right? Like they're hoarding it. Mm-hmm. If they were hoarding any other thing other than money, we would recognize it as a mental illness and we would get them help, right? Like there's like literally like, and this is my point from earlier. Like, so on my best days, I can feel sorry for them. And if we had a just and compassionate healthcare system, single payer, right? We would get them actually help. But the problem is that they're not just hurting themselves, they are literally destroying the planet. That's the reason why I believe that we're going to have to create a new economic system so we stop incentivizing this destruction. We stop incentivizing this bad behavior.
That's right. And, you know, Marx said when he was in the company of people who were capitalists, he said, accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and your prophets. Well said. Because the ethic is accumulate. And those who have accumulated a lot are considered clever. Look at Trump. He's obviously an idiot. However, he's rich. And however you got rich, it doesn't matter. Because in a capitalist system, those who have accumulated the most are considered worthy of ruling the nation. And we don't have a socialist or communist voice out there saying, no, they're predators. They should be disqualified. They're living off the labor of other people. And that's dishonest, and they should be disqualified from the get-go. But then the rich and famous are eulogized everywhere in this capitalist culture, except on the David Feldman show.
Hey, listen, so I appreciate that you made a quote. So I'm going to give another quote, and I'll ask both David Feldman and Dr. Freud to guess who. And I won't do it with the precision that Dr. Freud did, but I will tell you it is a pretty close paraphrase, and it goes like this. Never does the merchant class gather together, even for mirth and merriment, but the topic of conversation becomes a conspiracy against the working classes. End quote.
Wow.
Well, somebody in the chat, Professor John, got it right away. It's Adam Smith, y'all. Like, I think it's really important that this idea of the, quote, free market is actually a myth. Markets are created by policy. Government policy actually has to create this. So, like, the reality is that just as it's constructed, it can be deconstructed, it constructed in different ways. There are right now very clear policies that can be done even within the dictates of capitalism to undermine it. That's why, Dr. Freud, I know that you're speaking to the sovereign money folks. Have you already done that, or that's coming up?
I did that already.
So I want to hear how that went, because public banking is one of those things that I've been advocating as, like, is it the complete solution to the finance problem? No, but it is a step in the right direction.
It is. Look what they did in Iceland. when the last crash, where they jailed the banksters who were really flagrant, where they nationalized the other banks, and where it's a democracy, so they voted if they wanted austerity or not. They said no, and so they did without some of the imported goods, and people retained their jobs, and it was a democracy. They decided. It's, and they put the banksters in jail and nationalized the other banks.
And turned it over to women.
Yes, in part, but not because they were women, but because they were, qualified, honest leaders. It's, there is no one thing that's ever the solution. But what there is the change of the culture, the change of the economy, the change of the financial and emotional incentives, the change of the culture. It's all there, and it all shapes each other. And in capitalism, that's what we're stuck with. And we have to start to unstick it. I think with a really independent media, there's a great book called Stuck Nation by, I'll show it up to you.
Stuck Nation. By whom?
Robert Hennelly, who I hope to bring on your show.
What's the last name?
Hennelly. He has reported for CBS, for WN by NBC, and
we had him. Henry interviewed him. Bring him on. He's
terrific.
Yeah.
But he points out that the people who do the hardest work are the least valued in our society, while the people who do the least work are the most valued. So, for example, the emergency medical services, they get paid less than firefighters, they get paid less than everybody, and they're the ones on the front line. And that's so down the line. And that if we're gonna, they let it out, essential work is essential to life. Well, the stock market is not essential to life. 80% of the stocks are owned by 10 or 5% of the population, and it's not essential.
And now we're in late stage finance capitalism. It's worth pointing out, right? Like, it's not even tethered to the real world anymore, right? No. Like, finance capitalism run amok. Do you know now, I'm sure Dr. Fraud knows, but I'll just let listeners know that the speculative economy is now, quote, more valuable than the actual productive economy. Like this is insanity. Like this, like we are in end game here. And that's why, look, part of the reason that I prioritize coming onto this program, David, look, you're funny, you're witty. I enjoyed the conversation, but I actually come onto this conversation because this is one of the few places where there is a pretty, broad audience to actually engage people, like, candidly about actually what's happening, and try to sharpen, like, well, so what should we do, right? Like, and obviously we don't always agree. That's okay. We don't have to always agree. But if there's not a place for genuine discourse and to actually think, well, what is the plan then? So all I'm saying is I agree with Dr. Fraud. I'm grateful for the opportunity to imagine this. And I'm curious, Dr. Fraud, what you thought about the folks at the Sovereign Money, the Alliance for Just Money. Like, what was their analysis?
Their analysis is that banking is the central villain, and if you change that, everything will change. I don't believe that. I believe everything in a culture shapes everything else, and there is no one change, because you can enter into this discourse of change anywhere. Richard Pryor entered into that discourse through sex and was very radical. You could also enter through gender or through the economy, but everything shapes everything else. And so you can't just decide to change the bank and everything will change. The reason it worked out in Iceland is it's a socialist society and it's a democracy. So people got to vote whether they wanted austerity or not, and whether they thought those banksters should be put in jail, and they were. But it's everything. It's the culture. It's the economy. It's the socialist parties there. It's the Communist Party. It's the whole ball of wax. And so you can't say that there's any one gimmick. You pull that thread, the whole thing falls apart. That may be true with the sweater. You unravel it, the whole thing comes apart, but not with human society. It's too complicated.
I agree. And I think I'm so glad that you brought up Iceland, because it's also worth pointing out they're a little less than 400,000 people. So it's a question of scale.
How many?
I think it's a little less than 400,000 is the entire population of Iceland. And again, why is Vermont such a unique place? Population of about 700,000 in the state, right? Like, there's something that tells me that somewhere about 1 million may be the end at which you can actually have a functioning, quote, state. And I don't mean just...
I don't think so. Look at New Zealand with Jacinda Ardern. They have 9 million people. That's as much as New York City.
Thank you. I stand corrected. This is absolutely structures and systems. This is what I mean. So I was right. Dr. Fraud was wrong. Like, my instinct around scale, I think there's something to it, but I was being too bold about it.
That's right. That's the same with Portugal, which has millions and millions of people. You have to have mechanisms in place for people to choose, for people to decide, for the economy to be responsive, for the culture to be responsive. Ardern could say to her people, look, we're all in this together. When they had something like 9 deaths, we have to close everything down. If you're coming back to New Zealand, you have to quarantine for 14 days because we're in it together and we'll solve it together. And they did. But that's because she's the Socialist Labor Party, so it's economically egalitarian. For the indigenous people there, she now teaches Maori in the schools and has that. For feminists, she's got that whole different scale where she looked at all the skills that poorly paid people have in doing nursing home care and child care and after school care and all those very badly paid caring professions. She compared them to other professions that were well paid, and all those people got a 30.5% increase. Things like social work and childcare. And she's the Socialist Labor Party. In terms of gender, she changed their lives. She is the president of New Zealand. Her guy takes care of their baby. They're not married, and anyone asks her about it, she says, that's not your business. And they have a child together, and he's the one who stays home and takes care of the child when the child is not in childcare. Okay. So there's gender, there's the economy, there's the culture, there's the evaluation of labor differently, and they're all working together. And it's a society of about 9 million people. So, and Portugal's even bigger. So it's possible. And of course, it's decentralized. You don't have to have central power because you have a large country.
So this is the thing, it really is about systems and what is incentivized, and that there should be some things that are just not allowed. I would argue that the profit motive has no place in healthcare. The profit motive has no place in there are some things that are just too darned important for social well-being to allow them to be privatized.
That's right. All the basics like housing, shelter, food, water, transportation, all those things, education, healthcare, those all should be socialized. Things like luxury cheese, okay, have that in the profit sector, fine. But the basics have to be guaranteed. And in this society, we have the money to do it. It's just skewed. And AOC wore that dress, Tax the Rich. She got a lot of crap for it because it cost $12,000, although she got millions of dollars worth of publicity for that. But we're getting to the point where we're going to need money as a society. And we know who has it. So let's go.
I'm with you. And one of the things that I've learned is I'm anti-capitalism. I'm not anti-capital. We need capital to do the things that we do. And I am so enthralled by the clarity, Dr. Fraud, of how you sort of lay this out. I got to admit, y'all, I'm having a real political intellectual crush on you. Like the clarity with which you're able to just lay this out. There's a reason.
By the way, take a number.
Yeah, right. So I've heard. Now I'm making myself blush. But look, the thing is that what inspires me is that New Zealand exists as a working model. Iceland exists as a working model. That's the part of the reason why the ruling elite are so scared and try to make socialism a bugaboo, because there are working models where people's lives are better, demonstrably better under socialism. And I think that, frankly, it's time to actually embrace it and to say, you know what? Obama was never a socialist. I'm a socialist. Let me tell you what socialism would actually bring to us, and have some clarity around there's a difference between being a liberal, being a progressive, and being a radical. And let's have some clarity around the language and win people over to our side.
Exactly. And show people there is an alternative. People are desperate for an alternative. The place is falling apart. You know, we lost in Afghanistan. We're there running the hell out. And they say we should have negotiated. No, we had to run for our lives, stupid. We lost. They don't say that. They say, well, we should have negotiated a different exit. You had to run. You lost, stupid. Okay, that's over. And it's also over that the United States is the king of the world. Biden asked Deng Xiaoping for a meeting, and Deng Xiaoping said, no, thank you. If you don't want to discuss China bashing, we're not going to discuss climate without your program.
It was she, right?
China bashing. Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
He turned him down. That didn't, that wasn't in the American imagination before. This country is going down, and we need an alternative. And we have one. That's the good news.
That is the good news. And I think that that's part of the reason why, for me, I'm happy to have these conversations, and I do, because they sharpen my thinking, and that is critically important, like a theoretical basis. But I study theory and history not to be a good movement Trivial Pursuit player.
No,
I study it so that I can apply it to the best of my ability to my local material conditions, and then I'm willing to, and constantly do, ask, is it working? It's like that's the praxis. That's the beauty of praxis, is that really you have a theory, you make plans and strategy based on your theory, you put it into practice, and then you're constantly evaluating and making adjustments as we go.
That's right. And you're doing it. You're doing it in Humboldt County, and it's very exciting and an inspiration to everyone in the United States who knows enough to know about it.
Oh, thank you. That makes me feel good.
Well, that's true. That's true. It can work. It does work. You're doing it.
It does work. And, that's the other thing. Lots of folks are doing it, and it's beginning to bubble up. Cooperation Jackson, in the heart of the Neo-Confederacy, something amazing is happening, right?
Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah.
Jackson, Mississippi, right? But wait, there's more. I can tell you about community movement builders in Atlanta, Georgia. I can tell you about building fearless futures in Vermont. I can tell you about in New York City, actually, as you well know, the cooperative movement and the co-op culture is exploding in that city.
It is. And, even in Calcutta, the most successful, biggest co-op is the Usha Sex Workers Co-op of Calcutta. that produces their own birth control, that has their own bank, because the bankers who fucked them during the day wouldn't give them a loan later on. So they have their own banks, they have their own everything.
There are like 17 different jokes
and that's
waiting to be told.
20,000 people that are in that co-op. It's amazing, but we don't read about it. And if we did, we'd be inspired. That's why we don't read about it.
That's right, right. The corporate media is never going to actually allow those stories. And I'll tell you, the corporate media learned a lesson about letting Ralph Nader get famous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like they'll never let, like, I think that they look back and said, oh, it was a mistake to let him on the Merv Griffith show and have somebody like him just talk so plainly.
A consumer advocate who was threatening the sponsors.
Exactly.
He was a consumer advocate. They don't exist anymore.
That's why Bob Hennelly was asked to leave CBS, because he offended one of their big advertisers, and to leave WNYC because he offended a big sponsor, because they don't want that. They don't want straight talk. Look, they asked Rick Wolf to write an op-ed for the New York Times, but then they wouldn't publish it. Okay.
Wow. You know, again, I've quoted one of my favorite political analysts before on this show. I'm going to do it again. And this, my favorite political analyst said, no matter how cynical I get, it's hard to keep up. Lily Tomlin.
Right.
Lily Tomlin said that. And it's like, yes, like they are just shameless. They are shameless.
They are.
Well, let me
imagine the stuff they do.
Let me bring up, I remember Professor Rick Wolf talking about how Americans lack the vocabulary to understand where they're at. And I love that term, that we lack the vocabulary. So I like to think that doctors, medical doctors, are somewhat intelligent, right? Yeah, you should know.
They're educated. They're educated
in medicine, and they're,
exactly.
They know you can make money doing that. But I'll tell you, I am the child of a professor of pediatrics, and my father too couldn't get over it. They are so stupid.
But they do know medicine. They're savants. Is it fair to say?
They know medicine, but they don't know. My father used to say, as a professor of pediatrics, the hardest thing to get across to my students is that patient in front of you is a child.
Mm-hmm.
A person and a vulnerable child.
Right.
But you kind of miss the boat then. You don't realize that's a human.
We like to think that doctors know medicine, right? This is from Medscape. Physicians experience the highest suicide rate of any profession. With one suicide each day, a physician commits suicide in America each day. They have the highest rate in any profession. If you're a doctor, compared to all the other jobs, you are more likely than anybody else to commit suicide. What does that tell you about the medical profession? Because I think I know why doctors in America are depressed. I don't think they have the kind of suicide rate that we have in Canada. I don't think Great Britain, I don't think the number one.
Not in public medicine. And the kind of medical doctor that commits suicide most is psychiatrists, because they have to pretend that they're not vulnerable, and they're psychopharmacologists on the take. Because look, physicians in the United States, the average of what you get is $30,000 a year for pushing a particular medication, using it in your practice, and also talking it up to your peers at a wine and cheese, where the wine and cheese is provided by the drug company. If you say,
and some Lipitor for the cheese.
Exactly. If you're critical, you're off the gravy train, right?
Right.
And so you have a sold out group of people who are supposed to take care of us. There's a real contradiction. And that must be painful to live with.
It must be painful to be a doctor in America. I don't think anybody goes into medicine for the money. I think it's.
I think a lot of them do.
I think it's a part of it.
Students I know.
It's a part of it.
Go into it and make money. And they spend their years in medical school and in internship when other people are maturing and having relationships. They're in school and out of the loop. So they're quite stupid.
Well,
emotionally and intellectually quite stupid.
It must be difficult for a lot of doctors to dedicate your life to healing only to discover that half your time is spent dealing with health insurance companies.
That's right. And also, a lot of it is spent trying to pay back the enormous loans you had if you weren't rich to begin with to pay for the school. And so it's very tempting when you have an opportunity to work for a drug company and do very little extra and get minimum 30 grand a year. You know, someone like Dr. Biederman, the head of the American Child Psychiatry Association, got millions. And he also, because he wrote articles excusing Zyprexa for children's problems. It causes diabetes, it doesn't help them, it makes them fat, and it was just corruption. He got huge money. But that field is so saturated with corruption. It wouldn't be if it were a public field, if there were universal health care, because salaries would be regulated.
You know, that's, again, it's back to the system, right? When folks say that the U.S. healthcare system is broken, I like to correct them and say it's not broken. It's working exactly as it's designed to operate. It's treating healthcare as a commodity to be bought and paid for at a profit. Now, if we start from the premise that healthcare is a fundamental human right, then we can say, well, this system is terrible because it does not actually do that. But that's the problem. We don't look at healthcare. Healthcare is a commodity in this culture and in this political economy. And it's why it is connected. And we can have better versions of healthcare in this system. We don't have to wait for the glorious day of the people's paradise before we can begin to make changes. And really, again, you can make improvements. But at the end of the day, I constantly am clear, I am a revolutionary because I want to restructure society. Now, I'm a peaceful revolutionary. I don't believe in taking up arms to try to overthrow the state. So for the FBI folks who are
you're not
keeping an eye on Feldman, I want to be clear, I'm not calling for armed insurrection. I am calling, though, for the peaceful restructuring of the political economy of the United States of America. And Dr. Fraud, one of the reasons I do that for two reasons. One, because it's true. I am a revolutionary. I believe that we have to restructure society. The second reason I do it on shows like this is because I'm trying to normalize that conversation. I'm trying to give other people permission to imagine that we have the ability to restructure society and the responsibility.
The way all these other people did. Look, they have public medical care in France, in England, in Germany, in Sweden, and all those countries. And look, what you have here is a market-driven healthcare system. And so it operates, there's four big monopolies that work on it, oligopolies really, which are the hospitals, the American Medical Association and the doctors, the pharmaceutical companies, and the insurance companies. And they interweave to create a market-driven system that deprives people of quality health care. And so that those structures have to be public. You cannot allow for oligopolistic systems to take care of our bodies, because they're not interested in that. They're all interested in profiting. And that has to change. And, you can't have that. Just like you can't have agribusiness profiting from pesticides take care of our food. It's the same thing everywhere. And unfortunately, healthcare is no different. Those four interests dominate, shape, and destroy our ability to have a healthcare system that works, which is why we're the most expensive healthcare system in the world, but not the most effective. The last 3 years, people die younger and younger. And it's not just the pandemic, because other countries aren't doing that. It's the healthcare system, and it's also the sense of hope that people have here.
These are facts that the American people are not privy to. They experience it anecdotally, and so they succumb to anti-vaxxers. They succumb to conspiracy theories because the corporate media, it's a cliche, the corporate media has a stranglehold on the truth. People know something's up.
And they know they're getting shafted.
Who's telling them the truth? Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Jimmy Dore, the people who traffic in conspiracy theories, because they know they can't trust anybody.
That's right. And they have displaced it's a classic psychological displacement. Their anger is real, but putting it against a vaccine is their rage and hatred at a corrupt, market-driven medical system. But the vaccine is not where it belongs. It belongs at those 4 mega corporate entities, hospitals, doctors, insurance companies, and pharmaceutical companies that work together to deprive them of health care.
Yeah, the shock that Biden expresses towards the anti-vaxxers, it's not disingenuous. I do think
I think he's shocked.
He's shocked. He really is shocked, because he can't make connections between saying Medicare for all will never happen on my watch and 99% of his country hating the medical profession. Everybody hates. They might love their own doctor, but the idea, the same way they might like their own congressperson, but the idea of the medical community, they loathe.
They hate it, and they feel cheated because they are. They feel lied to because they are. We're the only country in the whole world that allows direct-to-consumer advertising of medicines. The only one.
But that's to shut Rachel Maddow up. In other words, they're buying her. They're advertising on MSNBC and CNN to silence MSNBC and CNN. I don't think anybody's really going to their doctor and asking about Cerebrex. I think it's just, you shut your mouth, Wolf Blitzer, about the pharmacological stranglehold we have on this economy.
I also think, though, that people do think, oh, that'll make me happy. Because on the radio, they don't have that in 75% of cases, they don't, those SSRIs, anti-depression drugs, don't work, but they do have side effects. No, they didn't even, Prozac, that listening to Prozac was a bestseller. Nobody knew it was subsidized by the drug companies. So people literally don't know.
But the book was subsidized by the drug companies?
Yes, it was. It came out later. Yes, the person who wrote it got his money from the pharmaceutical industry, the makers of Prozac. And so people do feel that what you hear isn't necessarily true, and they're constantly being tricked. They're surrounded by advertising, which is lying to them. So they have a sense that they're lied to, and they're right. And we have to make sure they know who's lying.
Right. And what we do, I was talking about, you've pointed out on the show, Dr. Fraud, that people who are anti-vaxxers come by it honestly, the socioeconomic pressures on why, A, you can't take time off to go get vaccinated, and B, why should you trust, how has the medical establishment earned your trust? But what we do, and I'm guilty of it, a little, I mostly go after the charlatans at the top who are pushing the anti-vax stuff, but we blame the victims in this country. Look at that idiot They look at them die. I've heard people say, look at that person with their deathbed, mea culpa, I should have gotten vaccinated. Screw them. That person who didn't get vaccinated is keeping a serious illness from being treated. The hostility we have towards each other, the hostility we have horizontally towards a fellow citizen who's an anti-vaxxer, instead of going vertically and looking at who's influencing this anti-vaxxer.
And why they're in. You know, what we don't do is say, well, there's a human being. Why? Why would they be? They must have something. You know, they must have some reason to distrust the Pfizer and distrust the government. And of course they do. And they don't have an alternative voice, because the left has not had its voice since the 50s, since the anti-communist crusades of the 50s, and the labor movement acquiescing to that. Now that's changing as the labor movement is picking up, and it's changing as people are realizing they're shafted. But they have the media, except for shows like this, you know, and it's very hard to reach people. There's so much mistrust.
Yes.
That's why, you know, I found if I talk to people who start out being anti-vax or anti-immigrant or something, and I just let them talk about why and what are the things in their lives that led them there, they usually change their mind.
Great.
But they've never been heard, and they don't understand.
Well, Dr. Harriet Fraad is the host of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. And how do people...
Host of Not Just in Your Head with Max Golding.
Yes. How do people contact you?
They could go to my website, www.harrietfraad.com, or they could contact me personally if they want to, hfraad@gmail.
Thank you. We're very grateful for you. And David Cobb, how do people contact you?
Well, you know, I'm on Facebook at David Keith Cobb. I am on Twitter at David K. Cobb. And like Dr. Fraad, you can hit me up on a personal email, davidkcobb@gmail.com. You know, so, and I see my dear old friend Peter B. Collins is on. So I'm going to stop talking. Thank you, Dr. Fraad. It was such a pleasure to share that.
Really exciting to talk together.
Yes, absolutely. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Thank you.
I think I've taken his turn too, so it's time for Peter Collins to be on. So I can talk about another topic another time if it's best for your time management.
Yeah, we should next week, please.
Yes, next week. You got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter. And we are doing a Twitter poll tonight. The question is, let's go to it right now. Pick the more vile, corn-filled effluvium. Is it Manchin or Mnuchin? And 66% of my Twitter followers say Manchin is more of a vile, corn-filled piece of effluvium than Mnuchin, who gets 33%. That's today's Twitter poll. It's my way of trying to get you to subscribe to me on Twitter. I'm trying to build up. I need more followers on Twitter because I'm still stuck in high school. That's, you know, I don't know. Today is Election Day in Canada, and we are following that. And it is, you're required to wear a mask to vote in person. You don't have to be vaccinated to vote in Canada. The polling locations vary from province to province, but each province, each polling station is open for 12 hours straight. Closing time ranges from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. in local time zones. So as I understand it, I think, I don't know, Professor Adnan Hussein will be joining us at 9 o'clock to fill us in on the elections in Canada. When we come back, we will be joined by Peter B. Collins.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And go to my website and sign up for office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Office hours, if you would like to sit in the virtual studio audience, there's a button to press, so you get an invite. We record here every Monday and Thursday live in the Zoom room starting at 5 p.m. We go to around 10, 11, I don't know. And we're also live streaming this on YouTube as we speak. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're slowly growing our YouTube channel. Peter B. Collins was recently inducted into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. Go to peterbcollins.com to listen to his latest podcast. I'm going to turn David Cobb off, if that's okay. You're welcome to chime in later. Thank you. Welcome, Peter B. Collins. You're muted. Hang on for 1 second. There. Hang on. There you go.
How about now?
Now, much better. Let me just.
I want to give an opening shout out to David Cobb. He turned me into a Green Party voter, and I am grateful to him for all the work he's done over the years. Also, I laughed out loud at your Twitter poll today, and I want to stoke a little action for Steve Mnuchin. Mm-hmm. He's a grisly character who presided over the 2008 meltdown of the economy, the predatory foreclosure operations, made tons of money on it. And he was one of the true dark figures of the Trump administration. Manchin is more of a clear and present nature. There's no doubt about it. But Mnuchin, he's evil too.
He is pretty evil. He's Louise Litton, his wife, who married him because she's attracted to guys who look like apes. Steve Mnuchin was it One West? He was just foreclosing on old women. And he should have been prosecuted, but he donated to our vice president's campaign war chest. The thing about Mnuchin is he knows he's evil. He's got, when he testified before Congress, he had more ticks than the bed sheets at a Trump hotel.
I cannot remember the exact name of the financiopath institution he ran.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite One West, but
it was something. Anyway, you come loaded for, I don't want to say bear, but before we talk about what you want to talk about, how are the fires? and tell me about Larry Elder, because I don't think we've talked. Have we talked since Larry Elder?
No, that was just last week on Tuesday.
What would you rather talk about? Larry Elder?
I'll give you a quick update on the fires.
What's worse, the fires or Larry Elder?
The
fires.
Gosh, you'll have to run a Twitter poll on that. They're both quite destructive, and turn on themselves.
Yeah.
The wildfires are currently under better control than they have been in weeks. The Caldor fire that has been threatening South Lake Tahoe is largely under control. I think they're claiming almost 70% containment. We actually had a brief sputtering of precipitation, which was something that was a real validation to show Californians that water can still fall from the sky. It wasn't much,
right?
But my decks were wet, and it actually, it brought up the relative humidity, and one of the key contributors to fire conditions is the bone dry humidity, often in single digits. So we're in the 20s or something like that today. There is a red flag warning because we have high onshore winds. They're called Diablos in Northern California, Santa Ana's in Southern California. And so we remain on a high alert. And the Dixie Fire, which we now know was another feature of our rogue utility.
Was that PG&E?
Yeah, they did this one too. There's a really good federal judge who is presiding over the ongoing criminal negligence trials of PG&E. He started off with the gas explosion in San Bruno, that's near SFO for people who don't know the geography here. And he has continued to ride herd on their ongoing failures. And the latest is the Dixie Fire was caused by a PG&E circuit. A line dropped onto a tree. It's the same damn old story. And they failed to turn it off. They had actually Judge Alsup brought, he wasn't the Wichita lineman. He was the PG&E lineman who was on the scene. And he acknowledged, honestly told them what he saw. And so I want to be clear that we don't have quite the definitive proof, but the evidence that's available clearly shows more negligence by Pacific Gas and Electric.
And is PG&E out of bankruptcy yet?
Yes. Yes, they emerged by trading a pile of stock to the creditors, including people who are owed money for fires attributed to PG&E's negligence over the last 3 years, including, of course, the devastating destruction of the town of Paradise. And so many of these people have not gotten their payouts because they were contingent on PG&E stock retaining its value. And of course, the market can smell a rat, and it has. So
now PG&E, I lived in San Francisco for 12 years. PG&E was what they called a widows and orphans stock. It's what the richest of the rich had stock. And I remember Will Durst called PG&E pricks grabbing everything. But they used to say, if you own stock in PG&E, you will collect a dividend forever. And Ann Lee said Pacific Gas and extortion. So are the widows and orphans the people who were left these stocks? Do they get punished for this?
Yes. I believe the dividend has been suspended. I don't own any of that stock myself, so I can't tell you accurately, but it was certainly suspended during the bankruptcy. And so they have been hammered as much as anybody else.
Now, they're a utility, correct?
Say again?
PG&E is a utility.
Right.
Explain to our listeners what a utility means.
Well, under the structures of state and federal law, these are entities that are granted a monopoly over a given service area in exchange for a regulated rate of return. And
you're really great, by the way.
Thank you.
You're great.
Well, this dredges up something that I need to share because I've been a long-running critic of PG&E.
Well, first educate. Because I'll tell you why I'm asking. We hear there are terms that are bandied about when we talk about Amazon or Google, certainly the internet and the search engines. People say either they should be broken up, Google should be broken up, or turned into a utility. I hear that over and over again. What is a utility? If Google became a utility, a lot of people think it's the highway of search. So hold on to your criticism, but explain how a utility would work if Google became a utility.
Well, the regulatory structure is that in exchange for the guaranteed rate of return, they're allowed to operate as a monopoly, subject to the regulation of a captive agency in California, the PUC, Public Utilities Commission. And even under Jerry Brown, who is better than most at taking on the bureaucracy, he allowed it to be chaired by a former utility executive, Michael Peavy. And it's a real crony agency that bends over backwards to do the bidding of PG&E. There isn't quite a revolving door, but some of the PUC commissioners either were contractors to PG&E in the past or just, buddies with the people who run it. We're now on, I think, the fifth CEO in the last 5 years. It's been quite a mess. But to complete the thought here, if Google were converted to a regulated monopoly, we would need robust oversight, which doesn't currently exist. There is an agency called FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which proved just completely useless. When you go back 20 years, Gray Davis was the governor. He was subject to a recall. We're going to talk recall here in a minute. Mm-hmm. And it was largely driven by an energy crisis that was the product of PG&E's self-written provisions to deregulate. And if I may, this goes back to my longer critique of PG&E, because when they built the twin reactor Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant in the 80s, they fucked it up real bad. They only discovered shortly before they were ready to flip the switch that they built it on an earthquake fault. And during the construction period, they got about 60-80% into it, and they said, whoops, we built the cooling system entirely backwards. And the politically connected Republican construction company Bechtel, based in San Francisco.
George Shultz's company.
Yes.
From
right.
Theranos. He was on the board of directors.
Yes.
I was talking about him earlier.
There, too.
Yeah.
You have a good memory, Feldman.
Well, I was talking about George Shultz earlier in the show.
Okay. So they then went to great lengths to stick the ratepayers with the cost overruns. And if you know who David K. Johnston is, his middle name is C-A-Y.
He goes after Trump. He's written about, is it that?
Yes, that same guy, Pulitzer Prize winning, former New York Times, San Jose Mercury, I think Philadelphia Inquirer, great reporter. And he's got a web-based platform, DC Reports, does a lot of good investigative journalism. David, after he wrote one of his books, came on my podcast. And since we've talked about it, I'll repost it this week.
Good.
And he explained to me the concept of stranded costs. Now, I don't know about you, but I've got some stranded costs, things that I'd like somebody else to bail me out for.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have the opportunity to get my friends who've been greased at the Public Utilities Commission to let me pass rate increases and soak the rate payers and not charge it to the shareholders. So Johnston did a brilliant job of that, and I can't fully replicate it. But PG&E sought to recover these costs for years. And they were actually, the PUC didn't let them, which was shocking. So then in the late 90s, they wrote their own deregulation package that sailed through the legislature. In one house, it was 99-0. That then took them out of it created a holding company. And when Enron and El Paso Natural Gas ganged up on California, they jacked up the cost of of natural gas for generation, and Enron gummed up the distribution systems.
I remember the tapes of the traders. Go ahead. I remember
the traders gloating about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So,
Dick Cheney blaming deregulation, regulation. He was before 9/11. The scandal was the rolling blackouts in California.
Right.
And Cheney, who would never open up his logs to tell us who was coming in to formulate energy policy, this was the big issue up until 9/11. Cheney was trying to deregulate the grid. We saw rolling blackouts that were blamed on regulation. Then 9/11 happens. Enron, I believe, goes out of business a year later, and we discovered that those rolling blackouts were due to Enron gaming the market because they were unregulated.
And Gray Davis, who had just been reelected, went into the California Treasury and bought billions of dollars of power at extortion rates to try to keep the lights on in California. And he thought that FERC was going to order the gougers to pay some or all of that money back. And ultimately, we got 40 cents on the dollar or something like that. But that brought Gray Davis to his knees. And because he overspent from the budget, a sneaky plan to raise the car tax, the license registration fees, went into effect with no fingerprints. It's set up with triggers so that it would be increased without any action by any politician, so nobody could blame them. Well, Schwarzenegger capitalized on that, and that's what turned the recall back there in 2003 or 2004. So this is all interesting history. We still have this ongoing problem, and I put up in the chat a link to my op-ed that was published today in my local paper, the Marin Independent Journal.
Great.
And one of the things that they allowed me to put, I thought they would clean it up and edit it out, but I referred to the pyromaniacs at PG&E. And so this recall over the past year has been a huge distraction. And it forced Governor Newsom into neutral, where he had to back off from additional mandates this year as the latest wave of COVID, the Delta variant, hit the state. We've weathered it better than most other states. But in addition, he really couldn't do much on homelessness, on really coming up with a long-term water distribution problem in the midst of this massive drought. And while he had a windfall of $75 billion that nobody predicted, that landed in the state accounts early in the year, he was able to buy his way out by hiring more firefighters and throwing money at that. He passed out party cash to Many taxpayers, including undocumented people, and of course the right wing thinks that was to buy their votes, but they don't actually vote. Anyway, the point I made in this op-ed is that the recall really took attention away from most of the important business. I will give credit to the legislature. They followed through on some Black Lives Matter legislation. And there are two bills sitting on Newsom's desk right now, and I think he will sign them. One rolls back the qualified immunity that police officers hold, which is impunity. And it empowers an obscure state commission to decertify police officers who commit a felony and to form a first ever registry that 46 other states have, but California doesn't, that basically would prevent a cop who commits a crime in jurisdiction A from resigning before really being punished for it, and then moving to another jurisdiction somewhere else in the state where a redneck sheriff or police chief will hire that person. Secondly, there's a separate bill, SB 16, that ends the total secrecy of the employment files of bad cops. And the combination of the two is a great step forward. It could have been better. It's sausage, and they watered it down or put a lot of sawdust in there. But it's notable progress. Beyond that, we've had a legislature that was paralyzed because it's controlled by Democrats in both houses. And they didn't want to do anything to put fuel on the fire against Newsom with the recall pending. On the other side of it, we had these hyper-partisan MAGA types who gathered the signatures, put the recall on the ballot, and they weren't dealing with substantive issues. Just a lot of bumper sticker stuff about, on day one, there'll be no mask mandates. And on day two, we will stop vaccination mandates. And so it was mostly based on emotion. And David, this is the takeaway that I haven't heard. There's been a lot of coverage of the recall and a fair amount of analysis, and I don't disagree with much of it. But the strain that was not addressed is that this was a duel of fearmongers. All right? So the right wing promotes the fear of libtards, and Newsom is a corporate Democrat, not an evil man, but captive to corporate interests in Silicon Valley, no question about it. And so, the way I describe it is that they say that anybody to the left of the far right is an extreme leftist, socialist, communist, dangerous. You've got to throw them out. So that was the fear up, to quote Don Rumsfeld. And if you remember back when he opened Guantanamo and was encouraging torture, he used fear as a verb. And the whole idea was to get people to talk by scaring the total shit out of them. And the language was fear up. But I have to say that the Democrats resorted to the same tactics. And once Larry Elder, the black radio host, and I'm going to come back to Elder because you asked about him, and I want to expose his network a little bit. But once Elder started to show up in the polls as the far and away leading Republican in the second portion of the recall, it was a rich target for Newsom and his consultants. And he's got very good political consultants. Ace Smith is the guy who runs his campaigns. And one of the problems that came up in the polls as of July was that Democratic voters were blasé about it. They didn't think that Newsom was remotely vulnerable. And the polls were scary in July that showed that of likely voters, he only had a three percentage point cushion. So they whipped those polls. Then they whipped up a lot of fear about Larry Elder. They used Texas abortion vigilante law to rile up choice voters in California. They're not all women, but largely that's the profile. And so I've been looking at this this fear quotient in our politics, and particularly in elections, going back to 2000, when it was relatively mild, and the post-election shenanigans distracted us, but there was a fear element that Al Gore tried to use, that, the George Bush is dangerous, and he was right. And then it escalated in 2004, where John Kerry ran this really bad campaign where it was just, I'm a soldier, I'm going to end the war in Iraq. And he told the progressives to get behind that free speech chain link fence in Boston and stay there and shut up. So then,
reporting for duty. I'm John Kerry, and I'm reporting for duty.
Exactement. So then in 2008, we were afraid of Sarah Palin. In 2012, it was Romney and the vulture capitalists. And then, of course, it hit a peak and didn't work in 2016 because Hillary was such a hideous candidate, despised by the right and the left, that you could not scare people enough about Trump. And so I'm of the opinion that this California recall really doesn't tell us much about the rest of the country. It was a desperate ploy to use this low benchmark where Republicans, once they got Newsom with a 50% plus one yes vote on the recall, could win with a schlub like Elder, who only got 26% of the total vote. And so they're desperate. They know they can't win next year in a regular election. They only appealed to their base as if they couldn't count, because their base in California isn't big enough unless the Democrats stayed home. And because we voted by mail, you could stay home and vote.
Right.
So staying home didn't really mean much. Right. So it's that fear-mongering that I think has reached the point that you were talking about in the previous segment, where it's all this fear of the other, driven by a lot of disinformation. Although when you're attacking the right from the left, there is plenty to be afraid of in terms of what a Larry Elder would do. However, when you look at the big picture, let's assume that Larry Elder had won, okay, and gamed the system and been the top vote getter in the replacement vote. It would have been all talk, because he couldn't get a damn thing through the Democratic-controlled legislature. He would have served for about 16 months. It's hard to believe that he could win against Newsom or anybody else in November of 22. And so I personally, even when it was close in those July polls, I wasn't sweating it because I didn't think that Newsom would lose. And I did think that the worst case was not that bad. But let me finish on Larry Elder, because people need to understand that he came out of KABC in Los Angeles, but he's now featured on the Salem Radio Network. And
they're religious freaks, right?
Yes, it's nominally a Christian company, but they have three flavors, three brands. One is a fairly innocuous Christian music format for FM stations. The other is a fairly traditional Bible teaching, Bible thumper, advertiser supported network that gets Christians to support Christian businesses, and it works for them. But the third is a right-wing talk radio network that does play to Christian values and
like getting rid of the minimum wage, hating immigrants, being against free medical care, all the things Jesus would want.
Well, Larry is at the extreme right of that spectrum. The other hosts on Salem are not quite as bad, but it flies under the radar of most of the people who are smart enough to listen to the David Feldman podcast. And it's a very dangerous system that allows hate talk with the blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yes. Well, it's great to have you. I hope you'll come back next week. This was just, we're out of time. We're going to go.
Well, David, I plan to be available on Mondays. And like you, I am watching the Canadian election. I hope Fidel Trudeau does hold on to power there. He's better than the alternative.
Yes. Thank you, Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com. There's a treasure trove of podcasts and radio shows, and you'll go down a rabbit hole that's good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Peter B.
soon.
Collins. Thank you. Well, Professor Adnan Hussain will be with us in 2 minutes. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, Friday night, every Friday night, starting at 8 p.m. It's office hours. And why don't we do this if Dan is okay with it? We'll talk to Professor Adnan Hussain about the Canadian elections, which are taking place. This is the second time in 2 years that they're holding a federal election in Canada. Mr. Trudeau, the son of Pierre Elliott, is seeking his third term in office. He called a snap election 2 years early, and we'll go over this with Professor Adnan Hussain, who I saw was hanging out with Jagmeet Singh, who's the head, I think, of the New Democratic Party. I think it's called the New Democratic Party. Or, yeah, something like that. Hey, Dan, can you come on after Professor Hussain, and we'll do Community Billboard, and then we'll do Professor Marianne Cummings, and we'll get out of here with our dignity intact. Well, that's optimistic. Okay. Let us now go to Kingston, Ontario, where Professor Adnan Hussain is standing by. He is the host of Guerrilla History, as well as chairman of the Religion Department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. Welcome, Professor Adnan Hussain. You look like you're coming to us from someplace very authoritative.
Oh, it's my office on campus that I've spent almost no time in over the last 18 plus months. But I happen to be assigned near the end of the day to move over from the very rural kind of zone that I was doing some election scrutinizing and get out the vote work down near campus, because there was incredible overflow at the two polling stations right near campus. So students were lined up like completely around the block, hundreds of them waiting 2 hours in order to vote. Many of them have to register because they've moved from home to a new district, new riding as it's called, and that process takes time, and these polls were completely overwhelmed. This exact same problem happened in exactly the same two polls that I noticed in 2019 when the last federal elections took place, and they even ran out of voter registration forms then. And instead of remedying the problem, that very same problem happened again. So the campaign manager of the local NDP candidate had to actually go out and photocopy more for the Elections Canada, okay, to photocopy more registration forms, because here we do have same day registration. You can register and then immediately go vote. But they'd run out of these. So polls close at 9:30. I took a break to duck in here. But
so let me set the stage, because we have some international listeners. There is a federal election going on in Canada. It's big. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, who was just endorsed by our own Barack Obama. I'm going to ask you about that, whether or not that's legal. He's the head of the Liberal Party. You need 170 seats in the parliament to be the winner.
To win a majority.
To win a majority. And he's got 155. The Liberals have 155 votes. They have
projected. They have that, and they're projected to have about 140 plus or minus 5. So you might actually lose a few seats.
So they have to form coalitions. They have to reach out. I would assume, and I have this up on the screen, the other parties are the Conservative Party, run by Erin O'Toole, and then there's Bloc Québécois, NDP, Green, and the People's Party. So let me ask you,
that's right.
Justin Trudeau is not going to get 170 seats.
I don't think so, no.
So he has to reach out. He has to reach out. He's not going to reach out to the Conservative Party. Is he going to reach out to Jagmeet Singh and the NDP, Green Party people? Who does he go to get the extra seats?
I mean, he already was, in a minority situation. He did not have enough in 2019 to form a majority. But because they had the most seats, they could form a government as long as there is no vote, a confidence vote on a key or major issue. There were attempts to actually create a governing coalition that would have been more stable by making some kind of an agreement, but he refused to do that. Even threatened, to make an agreement with other partners to avoid having to be in an actual governing coalition with the NDP. So they might try and do the same thing of governing with a minority and just trying to avoid any key confidence votes. That is a vote that the government, might potentially lose, and therefore, the government would fall and you would have a snap election. So, but given that we already had that period for 2 years like that, it actually would make a lot of sense to try and make a coalition. And the natural partner here really would be the NDP, because their policies, like, you see with Bernie Sanders' policies set, happen to be much more popular overall in the general population.
So tell me about Jagmeet Singh. Is he a Sikh?
Yeah, he's a Sikh lawyer from the Toronto area, from Toronto, and he is actually the only federal party leader that actually has a kind of positive approval rating. He's actually quite popular. Now, because this is a parliamentary system, you're not running for like an office of the president, where if you're the most popular, you would win if you're one of the most popular of the 6 candidates. I mean, he has an approval rating that's, well over 50%, I think to 65%. He's looked upon favorably, but he's a figure who is the leader of a minority party that typically only gets about 19 to 21% of the overall vote. And as a result, because Canada does have a first past the post system, that all you need to do is win by 1 over any of the others and you get the seat. You don't have to have a majority. You just need to have 1 more vote than the second best vote getter. And as a result, that means that very few seats, given the vote distribution, even if you have 19 or 20% of the overall electoral vote, you may only have about 7 to 10% of the seats. So there's the projection that they would have about 31 seats.
So when will we know the results?
Sometime tonight. I think probably the basic outlines will be known. They're already tallying, but they don't announce anything, of course, until polls close. So I would say soon after 9:30, we'll be getting some sense of the overall picture. There will be some ridings, that is districts that are hotly contested, that we'll have to wait to see, but there will be an overall picture, I think, pretty clearly.
And what's at stake? What's at stake? What are the issues?
Well, the issues are, of course, how well you could say that this is something of a referendum on how well Justin Trudeau's government, the Liberal government, managed the COVID pandemic, even though, of course, actual health policy in many respects was at the provincial level. But they did put in something like a UBI program during the duration of, last year at the start of the pandemic and so on, at the behest of the NDP. So this was the important thing that, in government, it was basically the policy of the NDP that the Liberals, were pressed to adopt, and that has been quite popular.
So you're speaking in shorthand. The New Democratic Party,
Jagmeet Singh's party, the New Democratic Party,
demanded UBI.
Demanded basically, it was called a CERB, but that was a UBI program during the pandemic. And so that was very popular. It was passed under this Liberal
And what is
government.
how much?
Well, it was about $2,000 a month. And it wasn't a one-time check or payment. It was a continuing monthly payment, if you qualified, and almost everybody, could qualify if you met certain, kinds of conditions.
Could you have a job and also collect the UBI?
No. Well, I mean, you could if you were furloughed. Right. So this was sort of if you were furloughed from your job,
right,
because of the lockdown, then you would be able to qualify for this. And
is there a shortage of workers? Do you hear people saying?
Yes, of course, the Conservatives are claiming the same thing, that this UBI has made it impossible to hire, and we have exactly the same kind of discourse. In fact, actually, what I would say is more than in most years, the Trump phenomenon and the Conservative kind of discourse is pulling a lot from the U.S. because the U.S. elections preceded, and so a lot of parameters, I think, are finding their way. And so you also have the People's Party of Canada. That's one of the parties that is Maxime Bernier, extreme right-wing.
Oh, because here it's extreme right-wing pretending to be left. So they're just open. The People's Party is openly right-wing.
Well, yes, I mean, they're just avowedly immigrant. They're against the vaccine mandates that have come up at lots of institutions. Ontario is putting in kind of more restrictions with a vaccine passport type situation where certain kinds of venues will only be open if you can demonstrate that you've been, double vaccinated, and so on. And they are absolutely outraged by it. They're really a kind of quasi-Trump sort of
And you
phenomenon.
have the police, they're protesting the vaccine. I'm curious, you were born in America, you're an American citizen, you're living in Canada. You get a different perspective on right-wing politics because here in America, it's one thing. But in Canada, the right-wing politics, the anti-vaxxing, where does that come from in Canada? Give me some insight. What have you learned about the anti-vaxxers in Canada that could shed light on what's going on here in the United States? Is it the same source of it?
There are similar sources, kind of extreme libertarian.
But is it a universal impulse to be anti-vax? I always think I always think these people are being stirred to think this way by guys like Joe Rogan who want to sell them supplements. Joe Rogan sells supplements, so he wants to boost your immunity. so he can make money. And if you take a vaccine, you won't buy a supplement. So that's how I explain the anti-vax movement in America. Is it who's fanning that up there?
Well, I think it's, really a lot of similar sorts of figures. I mean, there's a very anti-establishment kind of tendency. People who have been angered by neoliberal policies, who feel threatened by immigration, they are susceptible to some of the suspicion of authority. And once the government kind of came out fully behind lockdowns and these sorts of controls and masking mandates, and then the vaccine rollout became, it was like in the US, it was, voluntary, but increasingly institutions started requiring it for their employees. So, the universities have required it now. Almost all the universities are requiring this mandate. And so, that has become a flashpoint for people who are suspicious of authority, the kind of consensus corporate authority. And instead of it going to sort of left emancipatory workers sort of solidarity movement, it moves towards this kind of radicalization against governing authorities. It's a kind of right-wing populism. And that PPC, People's Party of Canada, did very, very poorly at the last election, but they're projecting that they will go up to 6% and double the vote for the Green Party of Canada, which is, a long-standing small party, but that had something of, it was well known in Canada. This party has emerged just in the last 3 years and is really, I think, benefiting from the fact that there's a whole wing of conservatives. There still are the sort of Romney kind of Republicans that are still in the Conservative Party in Canada. Like that, they were called red Tories. They're Tories. The red is the color of the Liberals and blue is the Tory party's color. They were called red Tories because on, social issues, they were pretty open-minded and tolerant. They were just conservative on being kind of pro-business and very kind of, pro law and order, that kind of Romney Republican, the Rockefeller Republicans, that have totally disappeared in the U.S. Republican Party. They still kind of exist. And so as a result, the Conservative Party in Canada has not been, it's got these divisions and these two wings, and that has hampered them during this period and allowed the People's Party of Canada to siphon off a certain amount. And as a result, Aaron O'Toole, the Conservative Party leader, has been a little confused about how to maintain a health conscious conservative community that, cares about law and order, is in favor of these, protocols to stop COVID without hemorrhaging support on this increasingly radicalized anti-establishment kind of politics, populist politics.
But you don't have these cretins screaming about their freedoms, do you?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They are mimicking exactly the same kind of idea. I saw a rally, in Whitby over the weekend with people gathered together, close together, unmasked, with signs saying, "You cannot take our freedoms," no fascism, no vaccine fascism. There was all this kind of rhetoric and discourse that I think is bleeding over, maybe from U.S. kinds of, right-wing media, but it has taken hold here. And I'm actually surprised at how many people I know who are who are opposed to getting the vaccine, or vaccine hesitant, or openly really upset about the imposition of this.
We were just talking to Dr. Harriet Fraad, and we were showing sympathy for the anti-vaxxers because here in America, why would you trust Big Pharma? Why would you trust are doctors because they're all in cahoots with the insurance companies.
This is the problem, is that, anti-corporatist, corporatist, leftist, rhetoric has been effective in the wrong way. I mean, it seems like what it has is enabled right-wingers to adopt the same, to find support in left-wing critiques and say, see, even the left agrees that these pharmaceutical companies will pervert the research and corrupt the science and corrupt the political decisions of public health, right? And as a result, that sort of suspicion.
But I don't understand, but this goes against our narrative, which is if you gave the American people free health care, they would be less prone to the conspiracies about vaccines. But you're saying people in Canada
Well, what I would say is that there's a smaller proportion of people who are subscribing to this. I mean, like in the US, it seems like it's 35% of people are in this at least vaccine hesitant, if not further, over into being hostile to it. In Canada, I would say it's much more like, 10, to 12, 15%.
Right.
Some of them will stay in the Conservative Party and vote for it. And I think the People's Party of Canada will probably get 6 to 8% of the vote, or somewhere between 5 and 10 for sure, which is astonishing for an extremely right-wing, anti-immigrant, sort of fascistic party that only, appeared 3 years basically ago.
So you can't disentangle politics from money. We just, in America, it's all about money. It's all about raising cash for the permanent campaign. When Trudeau calls a snap election, it's in 5 weeks.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very short window of time for the actual campaign.
Are you being inundated by television ads?
There are television ads. I don't watch a lot of just regular television. And I think a younger generation watches almost no television. They just get, their news on YouTube and they, watch Netflix and so on. And so I don't know if that's the most kind of useful way to reach people. I have, however, seen a lot of billboards. I've seen a lot, suddenly within a week of the election being called, lawn signs are everywhere, billboards are up.
Do you need a lot of money to run these campaigns? Is it as expensive? Do you have
It's not quite as expensive. I mean, obviously it helps if you have more money, and the Conservatives typically are the best funded. And so as a result, they're able to blanket the airwaves much more. But because it's such a short period of time, it doesn't cost as much. I mean, if you think about 2 years essentially of nonstop fundraising in order to run for office in the U.S. And that includes, even congressional districts. They have a month to settle in, and then immediately they're still fundraising. And so the election seasons are so long in the U.S. You can do some preparation and fundraising beforehand. You need to have your coffers, filled. But you're actually, in certain respects, you're not allowed actually to put signs up. Or
Great Britain, they limit advertising.
Yeah, you can't run ads outside of this window. You cannot be running ads for the coming election that you may anticipate before what's called the writ drops, which is when it is actually called, and then you have a specific timetable. Then you can start doing real electioneering.
And what about issue ads?
I don't see a lot of issue ads on we don't have this kind of proposition sort of system, which is the, most overt way in which you would run issue ads because you have an actual referendum or a proposition on a particular item. I don't really see that sort of issue ad.
And the debates, how many televised debates were you able to see? And do they ask real questions?
Yeah, they do. I mean, they have about, 2 or 3, at least 2. They'll have 2, and they will also have them in French. So you'll have a French leaders debate and an English leaders debate, and you may have more than one of those.
Are there any candidates who don't speak French?
Well, there are candidates who don't speak good French, but if you want to be a party leader in a federal election in Canada, your chances of being chosen are not good if you don't have at least passable, workable French. But I mean, I've heard some of the most atrocious sounding.
Bloc Québécois.
Yeah,
I would assume they represent.
They tend to do well in the French debates and can articulate themselves very well, of course. And
they go into the parliament just focused on the needs of Quebec.
Yes. This is constantly, that's who they're not looking for votes outside. They don't run candidates anywhere else. They are a national party. They understand themselves as a distinct nation, and their position is that Quebec should have greater autonomy.
So there's only one real party in Quebec.
Well, no, there are many parties. There's a Liberal Party, and in fact, actually, the Bloc Québécois doesn't always win in Quebec.
But what they send to Ottawa tends
to be representatives when they win in ridings, federal, ridings, that is districts. Right. They elect members of parliament who go to the federal parliament, but on some level don't actually. The rhetoric of it is that they don't actually recognize that the federal government really should have, all these powers over the province.
Is there
because it's not a province for them; it's a nation.
Are there province rights people who believe in a smaller? Do they run against Ottawa?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely, people run against Ottawa. That was very important for Western conservatives before they actually joined the federal Progressive Conservative Party. They had a different party, and it ended up they amalgamated and became just the Conservative Party and took out the Progressive. That party was constantly running against Ottawa, and there's a lot of Western kind of animosity for the East Coast elite, essentially, the idea that Ontario and Quebec, kind of the most populous provinces, run the show, and the priorities of the federal government reflect those provinces, and we out in Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, we're British Columbia, even to some extent, we're left out in the cold.
So this is human nature. Yeah. This isn't just endemic to America.
You run that, but it's interesting. There isn't quite as much the same sort of states' rights. So there may be animosity towards Ottawa, but they don't quite frame it in the sort of states' rights, kind of language, which is a powerful discourse, of course, in American politics since the beginning in order to preserve, segregation and slavery and so on. But there is, interest in greater autonomy, provincial autonomy, and resentment at, Ottawa. And usually these are from parts of the country that have received a lot of payments from the federal government. So it's just like what we see in the U.S., where the anti-government rhetoric comes most powerfully in places that really only exist with the kind of infrastructure and services that they have because of federal support and taxes going to them. But this is these conundrums of politics. I don't know how you solve them, but they seem to be consistent. That the victim the sort of sense of a grievance, is always a good bet. To run on grievances against the center.
I love the name of the leader of the Conservative Party. It's so apt, Erin O'Toole. Nothing. Mr. Toole.
I've been seeing quite a few jokes about that, yes.
And is he as bad as we can imagine?
Well, it's astonishing that he is getting, at the start when Trudeau called this election that he didn't need to call. This was his choice. As, in government, they can choose when they will have this election. But he had a couple of years, could have continued governing as a minority government. He wanted a majority. He called this election thinking that the fourth wave, wouldn't affect things. People had been vaccinated mostly. And so he thought it was a good time to do do it. But also, it looked like Aaron O'Toole was a very weak leader. His popularity was really low. He'd made a few gaffes. He seemed very unclear on how he was going to resolve this question of, resentment of the vaccination kind of policy, versus other just basically pro-business and pro-establishment elements of the Conservative Party. And so his popularity was really quite low, but it has skyrocketed since the calling of the election. And now basically the Conservatives are polling at or above Trudeau, but because of the vote distribution, there are areas of the country where they have super majorities, like in Alberta, Western BC, parts of the prairies. But there are other places where, they're the third party really behind the Liberals and the NDP. And so as a result, they won't necessarily win the number of seats that you would expect for a party that will receive 33% of the overall vote share. So it looks like Trudeau will hang on, but with a minority government.
Okay. We've been talking with Professor Adnan Hussain, who's on Guerrilla History this week.
Oh, well, we just had last Friday, we published our conversation with Comrade Joma, who is the head of the Communist Party in the Philippines and is also a scholar and an academic. He's somebody who's seen a lot of history of the Philippines, the anti-Marcos fight against that dictatorship, and subsequently the post-Marcos period. And he is really, really interesting, and I would say very funny. He actually had a real kind of wry sense of humor. So I think people will enjoy hearing from somebody who was part of a really important non-Western Communist Party and how he analyzed both Philippine politics, but also geopolitics in Asia during this period. Very interesting interview.
Okay, before you go, I want to ask you if this ad would appear on Canadian television. This is an ad for Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Would you ever see anything like this on Canadian television? Because it's running here in America.
Joe Biden to abandon Americans in Afghanistan, got 13 of our best soldiers killed, gave a kill list of Americans to the Taliban, and armed an Islamic terrorist nation with $83 billion in weapons like this one. Biden should be impeached. Now I'm doing a gun giveaway of my own, but for Americans only. I want you to win this .50 caliber rifle that Democrats will ban if they keep the House next year. While Joe Biden broke America's pledge to never leave a man behind, Nancy Pelosi is sneaking the Green New Deal into the $3.5 trillion budget. And in 2022, I'm going to blow away the Democrat socialist agenda. Go to the website below and sign up to win my .50 caliber gun before Joe Biden bans it.
That's an ad for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's giving away
incredible.
A .50 caliber gun.
I can't hear you, David. I think you're...
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Sorry about that. She's giving away a .50 caliber gun.
I want you to win this .50 caliber rifle that Democrats will ban if they keep the House next year.
Will ban? That's not bad. You can get, they haven't banned that yet?
I find that hard to believe, but God bless America. I mean, don't get a 50 caliber gun. I mean, but I was disappointed to learn, however, that she won't be allowing Taliban to participate in the possible contest or whatever to get it. I also assume that socialists won't really be high on the gift list, and so as a Muslim who is a socialist, I guess.
Do you drive a Prius?
I'm out of luck. And I'm living in Canada, so I'm really triply out of luck on this amazing deal.
Did you drive a Prius? Because she blew up a Prius. And it's so, I mean, this is what's so, I cannot believe this is allowed to run on television.
It's actually genius. I mean, I felt like I was.
Do you remember when?
I felt like we were in the movie Rambo wanted to be in. Like this was like taking it to another level.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is, Sarah Palin ran this is how bad things have gotten. I don't know if you remember.
Sarah Palin is an amateur compared to this woman, I think.
Do you remember she put out an ad where it was like a Facebook ad that had some Democrats in our crosshairs?
Right. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
And it was subject
to outrage. There was outrage over that because it seemed so violent, like it was advocating political assassination. Of course, she was using it as a metaphor, but it was a very militaristic, aggressive metaphor. This is like,
Well, Gabby Giffords got
no metaphor here. She's like, the only metaphor is like, is socialism a Prius?
Right.
That is essentially, but she's going to actually blow it up and shoot it and destroy it.
Wasn't there a time when you couldn't show something like that on television? I mean, that's a congressperson. I granted from Georgia, but still, she's from Georgia, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, no. Where is she from? I forget. Where is she?
I believe.
Yeah, I guess is she Georgia? I thought she was from the Midwest, but I guess she is Georgia.
She's from Georgia. Well, Professor Adnan Hussein, I look forward. Maybe we'll see you Thursday. I hope we don't have.
I hope so.
We don't have Professor Faluna for a while.
Again,
he's got this apparently he thinks climate change something. But anyway, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Guerrilla history. Let us now go to Aurora, Illinois, where Professor Marianne Cummings is standing by. See, now, is it sexist for me to say, because I have a vested interest in your.
Yes.
It is
Go
sexist.
ahead, David, but that's okay. We forgive you.
Okay, so
whatever it is you're about to ask.
You're the Parks Commissioner, Aurora, Illinois, and I have a vested interest in your political career because I have some parking tickets that I need fixed. I would like to see you rise to president. Would you be willing to make an ad like that?
When I was on my graduate experiment, dissertation experiment, I went down to Florida State University because I was the only University of Michigan person on my experiment. And one of the professors that was on the FSU, was one of the physics professors, part of our experiment, was on an extremely important committee at Florida State University. He was on the parking committee.
Mm.
He made a very big deal about giving me some parking sticker where I could park my car in a garage that was about a half mile away from the physics department. I couldn't park in the faculty parking lot. But, that was just considered like, ooh, he pulled strings. And, I was laughing my ass off, but apparently that's actually, a thing.
Oh, yeah.
If you are, if you being a parking czar on the faculty.
My first writing job was for Roseanne, and it was CBS Radford, where all the sitcoms are made. So it's like I'm a week into the job. It's not going well. It was going fine, but I parked in somebody's parking garage right in front of the bungalow where we worked. And this person came out and was screaming at me. And I kept laughing. Like I thought it was a put on. I thought, oh, it's a comedy writer. This is my parking spot. You have no idea how hard I've worked to get this park. And I'm laughing. I'm thinking, oh, this is a joke. Because I'm thinking, this is a successful comedy writer. He's got more money than he could possibly spend. Why would he care? He's got health insurance. What does he care about a parking spot? And I'm laughing, and I go, very funny. I walk away, and somebody said, you just pissed off somebody. You have no idea how much you've pissed him off. And if you better not park in his parking spot again. He takes it. I'm going, he's got more money than the guy wanted to kill me. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's only one. There's only one higher office on that score than the parking commission around Chicago, and that's the people in charge of giving you a boat slip for your boat in the harbor in Chicago. I mean, you have to have political connections. You have to be brown nosing somebody for a decade. Right. And usually people will just, the big thing is that people will put their boat for sale and they'll charge just an extraordinary amount of money for it. And people, how do you, this is like, this ketch is like 50 years old and leaky. No, people throw out the boat because it's the slip permit that comes with the boat.
Right.
That's in perpetuity. So,
right.
Yeah.
God,
there's always those little things.
I look at people.
And they're the things that matter to people in life.
Yeah. Jackie Mason said there's no bigger schmuck than a Jew with a boat. It's one of the hardest I've ever laughed. I watched one of his shows, and I look out over the Hudson River, or I'll go look at the East River, and I see these people on boats, and I keep thinking there's no way they're happy. There's just, you cannot be happy owning a boat, circling Manhattan. Maybe.
Oh, and that's high maintenance. That's worse than owning a horse. I had a boyfriend with a sailboat. I didn't mind doing all the work on the sailboat. I'm just glad I didn't own it.
Yeah. It's floater season here in New York, by the way. The bodies float this time of year in down the East River. It's beautiful.
Why is that? It takes the bottom, that long to defrost from a cold.
Well, it's, autumn. People are getting, we don't want to joke about that kind of stuff, but this is the time of year when the floaters, the people float by. Not funny. What is on your mind tonight? I have some questions for you. But I'm just confounded. I mean, I just have to shake my head because, the IPCC has come out with its report and it's, pretty dire. That's the UN. The
UN climate report.
One world government.
The Biden administration has come out with a statement that there doesn't seem to be anything pressing enough for it to, to change their energy policies. And maybe from their point of view, they might actually even be correct. I mean, I've said forever that the actions of Democratic Party leadership, even the scientists in Congress who will campaign on global warming, and once they're there, basically they accept all their, they accept fossil fuel money. They're not acting like this is the existential crisis that they all campaign on. I think it is an existential crisis for most of us. I think these guys think they can just move or something. There's the top 5% think they're mobile enough, have enough money to just kind of keep ahead of what's happening, what's already happening. I mean, this is, now they're talking, we need to have a reasonable time frame. We need to have to restrict it to just enough damage that we can possibly mitigate against us in the next 30 to 40 years. Yeah. I mean, we're not heading anything off anymore. I mean, it's happening. And that is, And I just shake my head over that because it's so transparent. And the Democrats are, with this whole business going on with, Bernie Sanders will say it's Joe Biden's plan because he's a politician, but we all know it's Bernie Sanders' $3.5 trillion plan. And, the Democrats just seem to be doing everything they possibly can to set this thing up for failure. I mean, the Democratic Party leadership. I talk about passive aggressive. This is like the most passive aggressive crap I have ever seen. It's like now they're concerned again about the parliamentarian.
Right.
Now, I don't know why there isn't a howl just collectively from Pramila Jayapal, just out and out condemning the capitulation of Democratic Party leadership because, there's nothing in the Constitution. They could just override the parliamentarian. But even if you follow the rules, just with a vote.
You broke up a little there.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. You just said I didn't hear that last part.
Yeah, you broke up a little.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the internet has not been consistent.
Speaking of infrastructure, Bill.
Yes. This is AT&T Wireless, which is supposed to be the best wireless, in the area. And it's just, this is what happens. Yeah, speaking of infrastructure, and this is speaking of the whole thing we need to do. It's just, I think that if the Democrats cannot get out of their paralysis right now, I mean, we are going to get worse. And there's going to be populist worse. There is worse that can happen. So,
what do we do about Joe Manchin? There's a piece in the New York Times. He's chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. So he's writing the Democrats' climate plan in the budget bill. He is saying to Bernie, you're going too fast. This is happening too fast. As I said earlier, apparently he hasn't looked out the window. There's something happening that's even faster, and that's climate change. What do we do about this guy, Manchin? What do we do?
Well, who is we that you mean? I mean, those of us peasants, we can call into his office, and I'm guessing that he'll listen to that as much as Hillary Clinton listened to all the calls to her office before the Iraq War vote. I mean, they were coming in over 10-1 against. But they don't care. I mean, that's not the people that they're catering to. I think it's on Chuck Schumer. I mean, you are a leader, the Senate leader, for a reason. In extreme instances like, the survival of the planet, you can remove somebody from their position. And this is what kills me. I mean, Joe Manchin and certainly Kyrsten Sinema, these people are not self-made maverick types. They are creatures of the establishment. They are creatures of the order right now. And, and they have, I mean, some people can say maybe Joe Manchin has a base in West Virginia, but his power in Washington is because he's tolerated because the leadership wants him to be tolerated. I mean, he's there serving a purpose. And I think that after all the phone calls, I mean, you do that kind of thing to show what the limits of it are. You say, hey, we've done this. This is what happens. You're just running the experiment. And this is one big experiment in democracy to representative democracy. And,
I don't understand.
If you can't push an agenda that most people want, I mean, this isn't exactly like an uphill fight, right? I mean, everything from Medicare for all to canceling debt to taxing the rich to doing something on climate change, a Green New Deal, jobs, guaranteed jobs. These are things that are popular with the entire country.
Right.
So you don't have any excuse, which means if the Democratic Party can't make it happen, it's because the people with real power in the Democratic Party don't want it to happen.
I agree with you 100%. Joe Manchin.
Or the progressives or even regular rank and file Democrats or Bernie Sanders don't come out. Maybe Bernie Sanders will. Maybe what will ultimately happen is Bernie Sanders, chair of the Budget Committee, is saying enough of this. I'm not letting the bipartisan bill pass. I'm holding up that, and I'm holding up the reconciliation bill. I'm holding up everything. Everybody get back and figure out what needs to be done, because, I'm not fooling around here. I mean, the overwhelming majority of this country wants us to do something significant, not performative, not just lip service. This has got to be something felt by most of the working and middle classes. This has got to be, and the fatalism that I think some of the establishment Dems are building on when they blame China for things or we blame Europe. It's like, oh, we're just 25% or 20% or whatever the carbon producers. Well, we could still be the leader. It's just like, what's wrong with that? And in fact, the rest of the world would take our lead. I mean, much of the rest of the world took our lead when it was atrociously bad and obvious to everybody it was atrociously bad, like the Iraq War. What if it's for good?
Right. So, Joe Manchin, you're absolutely right. I'm falling into that Obama trap. I'm rooting for this reconciliation bill and thinking, God, it's an uphill battle. It's so hard to be president. And, Biden really wants this $3.5 trillion. It would be transformative. But mean old Mr. Manchin won't vote for it. Joe Manchin is the dirtiest senator in Washington, D.C. Nobody takes more money from oil and coal than Joe Manchin. He owns a coal brokerage firm that delivers something like $500,000 a year in dividends. Now, that has to be, he's open about it, but that has to be illegal. He's the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and he owns a coal brokerage firm that nets him $500,000 a year, plus all the other investments he has. If I were president, you can't call Joe Manchin up and say, vote for my bill, or I'm going to order Merrick Garland, my attorney general, to prosecute you for insider trading. You can't do that. What you can do is leak. You can start leaking and saying publicly, I'm really concerned about Joe Manchin owning. I think he should divest himself of Enersystems. It just doesn't feel right.
One of the things we've learned recently, at least on the progressive side, running candidates, is that people in offices like DAs or attorney generals have the most discretion of just about any elected official. Even more so than the president. Direct discretion on what they choose, because there's a million different kind of laws. And if the Bush administration could get that punk Yao, who's I think still a Berkeley, John Yu,
the torture guy,
to basically construct a legal scaffolding that justified torture. I think you could easily, this would be a first-year law school assignment to go in and write a brief about how Joe Manchin is violating about 10 different federal laws and antitrust.
And his daughter.
And his wife.
Legally, though, if it goes back to this kabuki dance that goes on that I fall prey to. I fell prey to with Obama, and I'm falling prey to it now, where I think it's so hard to get legislation passed in Washington. It's so hard. And you realize, no, politics is hardball. The planet, we're about to sink.
Right.
You go in and say to Joe Manchin publicly, during a press conference, you let it slip. I'm very concerned about his daughter, the EpiPen, the price fixing. It's very concerning. The Democratic leadership is like a tuning fork. You can get everybody to get on the same page and start attacking Joe Manchin if you really wanted this $3.5 trillion bill passed.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yes, you did.
And as Professor Harvey J.K. said, if it weren't Joe Manchin, it would be somebody else.
Pass the page.
I'm sorry?
Who else? Kirsten Sinema. She's even less powerful than Joe Manchin.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants her. She really is a complete creature of the establishment. And Chuck Schumer probably just said, oh, young, transgender, female, check, check, check. You know, that's probably what was going through his mind.
Check, and we'll bring in the checks.
You know, about the only thing they don't do is distribute them on the floor with the cameras running like old
Delay?
Who was it? John Boehner.
Oh, Boehner, the tobacco money, yeah.
Yes, he was right there on the floor. I mean, I can't even like get mad at the guy. I mean, it's just so brazen. But anyway, yeah, it's just confounding to watch. That's why I'm concentrating on local issues. However, I did go home to Michigan this weekend for a wedding, and I arrived at my parents' house, and they have MSNBC on. It was Friday afternoon, and I was watching, who is it, the general head of Central Command and the spokesperson for the Pentagon basically talking about, admitting something that we'd known like 3 weeks ago, that there was a bombing that, you know, basically vaporized an entire family. But one of the things that was interesting—
You're talking about General McKenzie?
Yeah.
He said—
but one of the things that was interesting after they went to the whole— yeah. Oh, yes, they did. But after they went through, you know, describing what happened, there was a reporter that asked about the bombing in the Helmand provinces and the Zhejiang provinces. I mean, 2 weeks before that happened, we were bombing, and we hit a school and we hit a hospital, and there were reports of several tens of civilians that were just vaporized in those. And the reporter asked, well, will you be investigating those? And the Pentagon spokesperson said, no, we will not. And that was it. There was no follow-up question from any of the other reporters there. That was just, you know, that was it.
Yeah, so, I talked about this at the top of the show.
Okay.
There's no, but please, but
it was just just amazing how well disciplined how well brought to heel the press corps is also on this.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's we do not keep track of the civilians who we've killed during the war on terror. Something like 27,000 civilians have been killed. According to Air Wars, we don't know. The Pentagon doesn't care.
In 2006, the Lancet did an estimate.
You're breaking up.
Civilians killed, either by direct, combat. Okay. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. But anyway, that was back in 2006, where the Lancet estimated that upwards of 1 million Iraqi civilians were killed either directly or indirectly by our war there. That was all the way back then.
Right.
That would be 15 years ago. And we've just never stopped the bombing. Now we're bombing in 7 countries. I don't know if we're bombing anymore in Libya, but it's just... it's just war as a perpetual war as a business model, that we also have to disentangle ourselves from. But I was just thinking this weekend over a lot of this stuff. Nina Turner, who I'm very disappointed to say looks like she's not running again, because she'd be having to gear up for it. The primaries are May 2nd or 3rd in Ohio. So she's over at the Young Turks. Which I think is kind of a waste, but she used to say, with regards to the billionaires and the 1%, if nothing changes for them, nothing changes for you.
Right.
But I think what's confounding progressives is that there's a corollary to that. If nothing substantially changes for the top 5 to 10%, nothing changes much for the bottom 80% either. In other words, a lot of people who would regard themselves as liberal, if it meant a hit to their 401ks, if Bernie's plan passing and saving the earth and, most of your fellow citizens being able to lead a reasonable life meant that maybe your 401ks go down by 10 or 20%, maybe. And that's the problem. I'm in a fund that's supposedly socially, a socially responsible fund. But do I really know it's in there? I mean, no. I mean, you've got investments placed on it, blended with other investments. It's like we're all kind of chained to a system
and complicit. They make you complicit.
And complicit. We are made complicit. Well, that's why you wonder why, old Colin Powell was tapped by the Bush crime family. Well, Colin Powell is a made man. He has demonstrated in his past that he's willing to lie on behalf of power. And that was his job. Basically when he got up and lied in front of the world and the United Nations, then, that's basically their use for him. And if whatever he thought he was going to get out of that, I mean, Bushco wasn't interested in. So, yeah, and when we realize that, and I think it's not a matter of just being fatalistic. It's just that, it's actually in a weird way empowering that goes on because I'm somehow part of it, which means if I somehow start, rebelling against that in my own existence, then it's just a matter of not caring about, it takes a lot of energy to care about people, especially when you're trying to keep your own house and job and career afloat. But, my going out and, giving people crap about the school kids in the East Aurora School District. We kept our program in the Park District for distant learning. What's happening is worse for many kids than remote learning or school being postponed. A lot of kids are now getting quarantined because, the kids are coming down with COVID. They're testing now. And the quarantined kids aren't getting, there's no program in the schools for remote learning. They're just home not doing anything, just getting behind in school. The Park District does have that. It's program that we ran during COVID, and they did not. I told them not to, and they did not dismantle that program. In fact, they have 85 kids enrolled, and now the fight, this is just a little skirmish, who ends up paying for it, but I think that's minor. It's just something you can do. And I think that when other people see you caring about something, maybe they feel like a little guilty, maybe, or just maybe they have no idea that you can just actually help. So my usual canard of get off your ass, run for public office, just try, because you do change the culture. And I know there was much of a silly dress with tax the rich on it. This, to me, it's an illustration of our entire political system, kind of a performative protest for something that over 60% of the country already believes. While outside the gala, Black Lives Matter protesters were getting beaten up, peaceful protesters getting beaten up and arrested by cops. And I thought, an easy thing for somebody, even if they were motivated by ambition and nothing else to do, was to step out of there with your designer dress and your high-priced accessories and get between the cops. Do you think that de Blasio, who was also there, I think that he was kind of the target of the protest because, the police are just maniacs in New York. Somebody just got killed 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think this Michael Rosado. No consequences. And this is in a democratic state. So, de Blasio was not going to let his cops rough up Ocasio-Cortez. And she could have made a much more important and I think much more daring statement if she had just and talk. But, that's our politics.
And you heard about did you hear about the woman who designed her? Did you hear about the woman who designed her dress?
Yeah, of course. How ironic. Well, yeah, that she was dodging some taxes. I did read through that article. But
and she runs a sweatshop, allegedly.
Yes, exactly. I'm going,
But it's the New York Post. It's in the New York. That's a Murdoch rag that I love.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that it's not true, and
Right.
I'm sure people could easily refute it if it weren't true. But the point is that the whole Democratic Party wants safe. They want to be edgy and safe at the same time. So they like that. We are in love with celebrity. We were talking a little bit earlier about Hollywood culture. That's just exactly what the Democratic Party loves. They like watching the Oscars and the Emmys and the royalty coming down and the servants all masked in the back. I think to me it's kind of hilarious, but that's people feel safe. Somebody actually stepping out and getting between police and unarmed peaceful protesters. That takes a little courage. People don't want to see that. They don't want to feel that they maybe have to do that one day. They feel that if they just kind of got the brand and the bumper stickers that they're, doing their bit. And, that's the world we live in. But I think that all of that is just kind of distraction if people really do get involved at the most basic local level.
Yeah.
I can brag that me and my fellow Birdie Bro got more people on the minimum wage than all of the progressives in Congress combined. Because, Park District wanted to exempt itself from minimum wage for part-time people, the temporary people, which is most of the Park District's employees, just for a few months of the year. And we basically shamed and cajoled people to backing down from that. So anyway, and we kept the salaries of the top people, and that kind of, caused me a little discomfort, from the executive board, but just keeping this, if there's any pressure on salaries, I thought it should be from the top, not the people at the very bottom you do that and you change the culture a little bit. You change what's allowed to be discussed. You change what you can actually, you can change what people feel they can actually do. If something becomes a reality, that's all I can, certainly go vote, go call your congressman. I called mine. It was futile, but basically there was only one Democrat who committed to not supporting this bill, this bipartisan on the 27th, if there wasn't the reconciliation bill to go with it. Only one Democrat, that was Jan Schakowsky, has committed to not voting for that bill. I think the count is up to 16, that's the absolute minimum they need. Things like that we can do and put pressure there. But, we're going to have to live in a world where it's possible that the worst outcome happens legislatively, and we can't let it crush us or stop us from, pushing forward. And, I saw a little bit of, who was it, Brittany, who is running in Staten Island. I did read her article. Okay, that's the kind of person. After
great writing,
month, perhaps, right? Yeah. Next month, there is an unabashed progressive who's running in the 8th district. We won't really know what the districts are in Illinois until, turns out, next month, like some first part of October. But he's running. And he is just an unapologetic progressive. And I think you'd like to, I told him about this show, and I think he'd be willing to come on.
Please.
So,
please.
Yeah. And of course, we have Rachel Ventura, who was running against Bill Foster last time. She was hit pretty hard by that defeat. However, she's right back. She's running for state senate.
We've had her on the show before.
Yeah, you had her on the show last year. Did you have her recently?
No.
Okay, she's running for state senate, and that looks, she's been causing quite a ruckus on the Will County board, and she's one of these people that just never stops. So as disappointing as everything has seemed to be in the last year or so, it's just amazing how all these great people keep showing up. So this is just a continuous process. We have to keep pushing. And by the way, you do keep doing the hard work, and when change happens, it can happen suddenly.
Yeah.
It can happen overnight. But, it happened because people never quit trying and pushing the envelope and challenging people. And, it's like, I know a lot of people, and I was one, I blame myself, to quote Herman Cain. When Obama got elected, I did feel like, wow, maybe the system does correct itself, oops. So, and I know a lot of people want to feel that the system with the last election and the squad, that, the system is correcting itself. Nope. I mean, it is correcting itself, but it's not going to be for our benefit. We've got to be pushing continuously. So.
Fantastic. Thank you. We don't have Ian Faluna.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have Ian Faluna, by the way, for the.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe he is busy.
I'm sorry?
I know. I know we don't. And there's so many questions I want to ask him, but.
Yeah. All right. Professor Marianne Cummings is a physicist as well as a parks commissioner for Aurora, Illinois. Great job. Really great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Are you kidding? My God. Call Joe Manchin's office at 304-368-0567. Be polite, right? Right, Professor?
Absolutely.
Be polite. He will not if you call him a criminal, they're going to not listen to your message. But, if the planet is going the way we think it's going, if we think what's left of this democracy is going the way we think it's going, at least as you're going from the water, you can think, well, at least I called Joe Manchin's office and politely asked him to vote for Bernie's reconciliation bill. 304-368-0567. Do you want to? Apparently Joe Manchin right now has no quarrel with being the Democrat who killed the planet so he could collect $500,000 a year in dividends from his coal company and kill our democracy. He has no problem with that. When this all ends, and it's coming, at least you know that you called 304-368-0567 and exercised your power as an American citizen to tell Joe Manchin, like that's any better, not to destroy our planet or our democracy. Be polite. Be polite. Thank you, Professor Marianne. Did I lose you? I think I lost you. Okay. Well, we're going to wrap up the show. We're not going to do community billboard. I think Dan got called away. There's a story coming out of the El Paso Times. It's another Abu Ghraib. And by Abu Ghraib, I mean, we always do these horrible things, but we found out about it. And the optics are bad. The optics are bad. Earlier in the show, I showed you pictures of Haitians who are trying to come into America. They're parked outside the border, swimming across the Rio Grande, back and forth. They go up to the border in towards the United States, and then they swim across the Rio Grande back to Mexico to pick up food for each other. These are people who are suffering. They don't want to go back to Haiti because there was just a 7.2 earthquake that killed about 2,000 people, injured 15, I don't have the numbers in front of me, destroyed about 120,000 homes. There was a presidential assassination there 2 months ago. Haiti is in turmoil. Many refugees are coming to South America and then trying to come to America. All four of my grandparents were refugees. This country was built on refugees. We have a shortage of people in the United States. There is no population explosion here in the United States. It's an implosion. We need more people here because for some reason, young Americans are not reproducing. I don't know. Maybe they heard about something going on in the news that is discouraging them from thinking, hey, I should bring life into this country. Maybe something's going on in the news where young Americans are thinking, might not be a good idea to reproduce. So we have a shortage of people in this country, a shortage. We don't have enough people in this country. We always hear that there are 10 million jobs that can't be filled here in the United States. Why do you think that's so? Partly because they pay shit wages, also because we've closed the border. We don't take anybody into this country. It's embarrassing the number of people we grant asylum to. We need more people to keep this Ponzi scheme of capitalism going. More people means more people paying taxes. More people means more people paying into Medicare and Social Security. If you want Medicare to keep you going, you know how that happens? You need a fresh crop of workers paying into it, baby boomers. So those borders need to be opened up, and we need to allow the Haitians into our country. And, you know, Bill and Hillary, of all people, should be advocating for the Haitian refugees, especially how they screwed that country. The Clinton Foundation just screwed the country of Haiti. You would think Bill and Hillary would be down at the border fighting for these people. So earlier in the show, I showed you some pictures that were taken of these migrants coming to America. These are Haitian migrants waiting across the Rio Grande. These pictures were taken by Felix Marquez for the Associated Press. They're very haunting. This is a little girl being carried by her father. They had gone shopping in Ciudad Acuña, that's a city in Mexico, and they are now coming back to across the Rio Grande to see if they can get into the United States. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is sending them back. He's shipping them back to Haiti. And so there's some problems with optics. This was not taken by the Associated Press. This picture is causing trouble for Homeland Security, kind of like Abu Ghraib. So it's not the abuse of the Haitian immigrants. It's that we found out about it. This is from the El Paso Times. Haitian migrants face tough choices in Del Rio amid crackdown at Texas-Mexico border. It's in the El Paso Times. It's written by Martha Sikowski. Dateline, Ciudad Acuña, Mexico. A mounted U.S. Border Patrol agent shouted commands in a tense encounter with Haitian migrants wading through the Rio Grande near Del Rio, Texas. As the Haitians tried to climb onto the U.S. side of the river on Sunday, the agent shouted, "Let's go, get out now, back to Mexico." They had gone back to Mexico to buy food and water. And there are reports of these. It's unbelievable what I'm about to tell you. These Border Patrol agents are on horseback. They're wearing their cowboy hats, and they are using a lariat and whipping it close to the face of these migrants. They're snapping whips, at the Haitian migrants. Adam Sewer says the cruelty is the point. Why would you become a Border Patrol agent if you weren't in it for the cruelty, to get dressed up as a cowboy and ride herd on these Haitian migrants? More than 15,000 Haitian migrants have converged in Del Rio, Texas, and they are, looks like whips are being snapped in their faces. We don't know if they're being whipped. Jen Psaki called the images horrible, but she says she cannot yet tell us what the consequences will be for the border agents. That's your tax dollars at work, America. That's it. So it's the optics that the Biden administration is concerned about. That's what they care about. These photographs came out of Border Patrol agents dressed as cowboys snapping whips at these Haitian immigrants. The flame, the Statue of Liberty's flame, has been replaced by a bullwhip. This is your country. This is your country. And Mayorkas, the head of Homeland Security, who is a refugee from Cuba and a Jew, so he knows something about being a refugee. He's in charge of Homeland Security, and he's ordering these Haitians to be what they call repatriated, being sent back to Haiti. I'm going to need some evidence for patriotism. I love this country because, Ralph Nader, Martin Luther King, Franklin Roosevelt. This country has produced some of the greatest people in the history of civilization. Joe Biden ain't one of them. Joe Biden ain't one of them. That's our show. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak, like the Haitian immigrants who we need in this country. We need immigrants. There's a shortage of Americans. We have a shortage of Americans. I will see all of you on Thursday when we record our next episode.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.